an opportunity that we can't pass on.
Being a rural school, travel is always a huge cost when playing sport at Central Hawke's Bay College. With the funding from Apollo projects, we've been able to lower travel costs to allow more students to participate in secondary school competitions. Where families have more than one child participating in sport and participating in more than one sport, the financial impact can be huge. Thank you to Apollo projects for the huge difference you have made to our students' participation levels in sport.
It's a big thank you to Apollo Projects for providing the funding to have Apollo run this program. Not only for us, but all the other schools. It makes a big difference to get some kids more active. The funding from Apollo has been spread across 14 team trips this year. It's been a big help to them, and they're really appreciative of Apollo for being able to provide it for us.
I'd like to say a huge thank you to Apollo for all their support with our sports gear and our surfboards.
So the Apollo Project's sponsorship has been used to help our sports teams with new uniforms, with getting away to different tournaments. The pride on their faces when they see the new uniforms is just amazing. It's really lifted everybody's spirits.
No time to fluff around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay an App to speed on through. Ooh yeah, feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
I just want to thank New Zealand Carbon Farming for taking the initiative and supporting schools like ours.
It's really important they have that outlet to come to kura for another reason other than curriculum, and for some reason in our water our kids just breathe sport, and having that resource here makes life that much more enjoyable and they can keep doing what they're good at. Having this funding, being able to use it specifically targeting sport is hugely beneficial.
So sponsorship from New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic for our sports teams actually who went away to tournament week. We're a community who's driven by sport, but often money and the cost of travel, accommodation and uniform can be a barrier for some of our students. And to come out with a new uniform for a number of sports, particularly our basketball teams who've been away at nationals, has been uplifting for the students and for our community. The support from Carbon Farming has been wonderful.
Without them, then we wouldn't look like this.
From us, it's a huge thank you to New Zealand Carbon Farming. The opportunities and the sponsorship that's been provided is pretty crucial for our school.
We're buying new volleyball gear, so volleyball nets, balls and the stands to attach the volleyball nets to the floor. Volleyball is a very popular sport. Kids find it to be fun.
We'd just like to thank you from Tauranga High School. See.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Catch the next-gen sports superstars.
He's very, very strong.
All power, all action, all drama. Stream it live, ad-free from our secondary school's winter tournament. Subscribe now to Māori Active.
E te iwi nau mai, haere mai, ki tēnei papahotanga a whakata Māori. Ka mihi, ki ngā maonga, ngā waimea, ngā ahi kao, tēnei rohi, tēnā koutou katoa. Good morning, everybody. Ben O'Brien Leaf here on Whakata Māori and our coverage, live coverage of the New Zealand Secondary School Boys Football, the premier tournament from English Park, St Albans in Christchurch, day 3. We've had 2 wonderful days of football, the beautiful game, and now day 3 this morning. Just to remind everybody, 35 minutes each way, these games. And game 1 this morning, we have a belter. St Thomas of Canterbury, St Thomas and Whangarei Boys High School, who showed tremendous courage yesterday. The right people are in charge of this game today. Referees Kirk Davis of Auckland, AR1, Andre Gamaris of Nelson, Nick Bailey of Temuka. 3 of the best, and they're in charge of what should be a very interesting game 1 here on day 3. St Thomas of Canterbury, under the leadership of Jacob O'Connell. Going to be something to see them play out here on English Park again. Saw them on day 1 in the morning, I think it was. Whangarei Boys High School. It's going to be interesting. Again, Jackson West, his resilience, his resolve, his man management, you name it, he's got it, you name it, he did it. Flynn Van Moore, head boy, it can't hurt to have him in the team. Not just a very skillful player, but, you know, there's some steel in the spine for Whangarei Boys High School. Some excellent football, as I said in the previous 2 days. These teams, there's a closeness there. No doubt about that. On the left, white uniform, St Thomas of Canterbury. On the right, Whangarei Boys High School. They were elastic yesterday. They absorbed pressure. They rolled with the punches, with the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. That's what they did. Whakata Māori. Tell you what, this wouldn't happen without the assistance of our sponsors, Caltex, Lotto, New Zealand Carbon Farming, Apollo, wonderful souls all. So Nelson, as we saw yesterday, one of the top teams. We saw St Thomas fighting hard. We saw Whangarei Boys. So many teams, so many players. St Thomas, white strip. Here for St Thomas. Or 2 of the numbers may have slight variation in some of these numbers. Campbell Buck wears the 5. See up there in 9, Jacob O'Connell, the captain. Goalie for Whangarei Boys High School, Nico Reynolds. Whangarei Boys, okay. That meant for Charlie Kelly. It's going to be interesting morning. They're scrapping for the ball, Riley Burgess, youngster. Phoenix Causey wears 17 for St Thomas. Te Wharekauti McGregor, where's the 12? Here in 19, Karen Barrett, middle of your screen. Game 1, day 3. Te Wharekauti in hot pursuit. St Thomas's, everybody loves a scrapper. Everybody loves a team that fights, a team of spirit and character. That's what you've got with us, St Thomas's. Tinashi. Masia Kurima. Is that 14 for us St Thomas's? Whangarei Boys, the captain, It's an early touch. Early touch there for Archie Knox. Boys get the early start, although not as early a start as we had to make yesterday. That's by Phoenix, willing to fight. So Masiu Karime or Kurima. Max Diamond played well yesterday, the big four. Watch for him as well. Watch for Charlie Kelly. And now with some ball here, Whangarei boys, Aidan Colleen. Aidan, nice balance. These boys are quiet. One thing you notice about these young footballers, they talk a little, but they've got to talk more, a lot more. Got to communicate. The skills that they're going to pick up as the years go by. Kelly throws the ball in. A bright start to the morning. Well, when we say a bright start full stop. Jackson West over here to Tynan van der Meer. Van der Meer. Okay. Whangarei Boys High School firing some early shots. And in looking at the games yesterday, the goals were memorable in all 6 games that we covered yesterday. Wonder how it's going to start this morning. Here on day 3, teams starting to find their feet, find some rhythm, need to now. We talk about that day 3. Obviously we didn't play on Monday, but it's just a day that everybody got together. And I look at that, you know, that experience of everybody arriving, preparing for this term. Was a working day like any other for these young footballers. Over there in 15, Flynn Vermore. And at the back, Nico. Nico impressed me for Whangarei boys yesterday afternoon. Tell a lot about a person by the way he reacts under pressure. And he certainly showed grit, determination. Harry Eastwick. St Thomas's. Very good sporting school, St Thomas's these days. Good rugby team. Basketball program. The football is good. John O'Bonetti out there in 11 for Whangarei boys. And of course, Charlie Kelly. We didn't get a number for Callahan Jones in our program. Oh! And it's there, a first goal. No? No. Okay, referee Davis, we thought we had the first goal of the morning. We don't. Whangarei boys thought they'd scored it. They hadn't. They thought that their man, Giovanni Joseph, had scored. He did not. Well, action aplenty. Couple of shots at goal. One goal that wasn't. Free Kirk Davis of Auckland making the decision. Amazing feat, Jackson West. Jackson, skillful player. Love the way that Kieran Barrett goes after it for St Thomas's. He's lively. Having a crack now, Aidan Killeen getting into the middle. Here's Jackson. Jackson to put some pressure on Eastwick. Eastwick, heart and mouth. Saved, as it were. Now in a 14, Tanashi. St Thomas's Te Wharekauti, McGregor down the sideline, finding O'Connell. Captain O'Connell, Jacob O'Connell with a ball there. Unfortunately, Campbell Buck. Nico Reynolds. No rest for the wicked. 1 foot on top of ball. It's a big day, this. Second day of competition. To me, day 3 in terms of the week. St Thomas's and Whangarei boys. We saw some fantastic games yesterday that were real contests. Games decided on penalties. One lad picked up 4. Riley Burgess wears the 14. Catches the eye. Burgess there, just a little strong. Harry Eastwick. It's play moving. St Thomas's, isn't he? Lively, Campbell Buck. You can't get out there and try to go. And you can't even be ready to go. You've got to be going before you get out there. Can't afford a slow start this morning. 9 minutes in. Remember, 35-minute halves. Game 1 here at English Park. Corner. Simply nobody picking that ball up. Nobody. Te Wharekauti animated. He wanted the ball. Whakata Māori with good values, great values in this organisation, in this broadcaster, and promoting the same, their coverage of school sport, school boy and schoolgirl sport. And that is a safe, positive environment for all the competitors, but still getting out there and giving it everything you've got. Bust a gut, nothing wrong with that. But all the while, remember to have respect for your opponents. Last touch there, Tynan van der Meer. Made a break earlier down the right side. English Park again in immaculate condition. Te Wharekauti there with the throw-in for O'Connell. Captain's energy's up. You need that. You haven't got that. Not much else happens. O'Connell loses the ball. The ball back through Karen Barrett. And St Thomas's. Okay, they'd be a little bit disappointed there, Campbell Buck. Disappointment goes hand in hand with success. Everybody wants to play well, everybody wants to win. But it's how some people respond, I suppose, to disappointment, a setback. They're going to hang their heads and that's the end of the world, or they're going to come again, bigger, harder, faster. That's got to be the aim, whilst all the time doing it in the right spirit and for the right reasons. Love of the game, love of team. Boys enjoy their football. Being around them for a short time this morning, I can tell you they were excited. All there with Joseph, he's wearing 10. Here's Jackson. Jackson West does well, evades Wharekauti McGregor. Okay, saved the day there, got in, Campbell Buck. Ball might have hit Barrett in the back of the head. That's Colleen. Here's Colleen again. Colleen strong. Good play by Colleen. Left foot. And then over to... I saw Giovanni for a second there, just for a split second. There's the cross. Okay, Whangarei have got to make the most of these opportunities. Nobody really showing any urgency. Is that Riley? Riley saved it. Okay. Riley does well. Riley with a couple of guys on him. Riley... Again, one of the wonderful things about football, you need to be strong, you need core strength, but everybody can play the game. Small, big, tall, thin, larger than life. Here's the captain, takes a shot, oh! And hit the left post. Well, that was Jackson West taking a shot. If they'd taken a couple before that. Cody McGregor, wow, how about that? Jackson hitting the left post. Inches in it. Inches. The narrowest of margins. Referee Davis. Rules for Whangarei. Ball is in play. Whistle there from, once again, referee Davis going with Whangarei. Big guy Max Diamond made some strong tackles yesterday. Had a real presence. I thought he played well, Diamond. Okay, well handled by Eastwick. Showed great composure, good play from the St. Thomas goalie. Really good work. That's a buck. Was looking there a moment ago for O'Connell. Riley Burgess. Brave, an important quality. He's brave. St. Thomas's in possession. Now Colleen. Gutsy Colleen. Getting pushed around a little bit by Karen Barrett, but good hard play. I like the way St. Thomas's play the game. Fight hard, Jackson. Drop the ball back. And now they get to run. Giovanni Joseph. He's around. So back is a Finn Steele. Finn Steele saves the day for St. Thomas's. Saves it in play. Tried to. No score. How close have they come? How close has it been? Jackson West. Closer than close. Left post. A big moment in this game. Those are your shots from point blank range that when you take, you want to take with real intent. Cody down the line. Good play here from St. Thomas's. Haven't had a chance to see them use their flair. O'Connell wants the ball. O'Connell can do something with it. Get me the ball. O'Connell, I think, has touched it twice. Big guys coming through, but they're under control. Might have been Barrett, actually. Now the ball is loose. Cody, Joseph. See the skills of these players. You know, guys tumble, but then again, they know how to fall. No score. Wonderful atmosphere here. You know, you can enjoy this game and what it's all about, the spirit of football. The camaraderie, and it has a camaraderie unique to the code. Passionate people, football people. It is possible to hold nothing back, to go for broke, without necessarily knocking other people around or being rough. You just commit yourself. It's what these players do. Tackle hard, work hard to take and then retain control of the ball. Corner here, St. Thomas's. Jackson West for Whangarei boys with the closest shot so far. And at the moment, much ado about nothing here in the 17th minute. Whangarei boys, you can see back there, we've got Archie Knox having a word to Rhys Jones. Rhys might have taken a bump earlier. Nico Reynolds, Whangarei Boys High School. Pride of the North. very long, strong, proud tradition, sporting tradition at Whangarei Boys, second to none. And there are some very good secondary schools up north where they play good sport. Carmo High School's another one. So these guys aren't alone, but certainly here, chance to compete against the best in the country. Saw there Flynn Venmore. Ball going the way of Whangarei. They'll make the throw. This is Giovanni Joseph being shadowed by Te Whare Cody McGregor. Love his keenness. Vandermeer was a key figure yesterday. Looking inside for Joseph. Here now is Barrett. Barrett, good ball, O'Connell. O'Connell, more touches. Buck, over to O'Connell. At breakneck pace, O'Connell! O'Connell! Not going to say he pulled out, he was coming, but then he knew that Reynolds had it covered. Reynolds got out there to cover it too. Sharp play by Reynolds, still no score. 19th minute, game one on competition day 2. Day 3 where we've had everybody together. Colleen air swing, you don't see that very often. So now Barrett has it, Barrett 19. Here's O'Connell. O'Connell from the right. The ball into the box. Got to clear it from here, Whangarei Boys. Ahead to that, Phoenix Causey. Good play by Phoenix. Te Whare Kauri. Looking inside. Giovanni Joseph, nice ball. The captain's up front. Jackson didn't get it. Poses a real threat to every defence. Whangarei Boys have it again. Now Joseph. Whangarei Boys, Giovanni Joseph being pursued here by Daniel Heyman. Joseph goes down. Is mildly displeased with the call. There in 3 are Tynan Vandermeer. Tynan Vandermeer down the sideline. Joseph outraged in a very polite but cordial way. Still no score, 20th minute. Mums and dads, all the kids should know that these guys, caregivers should know that these young men have been impeccably behaved. They have been a credit to themselves, their communities. There's been no bad behaviour from any player, from any team that I'm aware of. Nobody's run up to me with a note, and I've enjoyed it. Giovanni Joseph. These boys are so much fun as well off the field. Some characters, I'll tell you. Over here is Charlie Kelly. Giovanni Joseph. Giovanni! The only question was he as close then? Did he come as close as Jackson West? The emotion on these faces. It's a good, healthy thing. Try as hard as they can. And when it doesn't come off, their disappointment is basically at the same level as their success. Enjoy one, stomach the other. St. Thomas's of Canterbury had a chance in the last couple of days to go to the school, and I have to tell you I was impressed by not just what but who I saw. Interaction between sports coaches and players, extremely positive. Whangarei Boys High School, I have also had the opportunity to visit that great school, see some of their better sportsmen over the years, their cricketers. Ben Smith comes to mind. His father was a teacher who gave great service to the school's sporting arm. Russell Smith, ball in the hands of Nico Reynolds. Get a chance with a game like football, not to reminisce and, live in yesterday, but to mention those people who are worthy of it. Okay, big boot there from Venmore. Head to that from Te Whare Cody McGregor. Here's Giovanni Joseph. Okay, ball loose. Daniel Heyman over there in 7. Going to go St. Thomas's way. No score. Question hasn't really been asked this morning so far of Nico Reynolds. Harry Eastwick has had work to do. Barrett had it. Watch for Heyman in 7 over there. Here's a Colleen. Whangarei boys, they've got to be careful here, St. Thomas's, because Whangarei boys, their energy levels can go up a notch out of nowhere. Never quite know when. Finn Steele getting one across there to Baxter Coughlin. Exciting stuff. Here is Te Wharekauti McGregor. McGregor was looking a moment ago for Buck. No, Vandermeer can't drag that back in. Opportunity to throw the ball in here for Te Wharekauti McGregor. Where's O'Connell, the captain? Has it. Shields the ball from Archie Knox. Coming across to make another tackle was Jono Benetti. Jono wearing 11, Te Wharekauti showing significant determination. That's what you've got to do here on Whakata Māori. Good red-blooded stuff. Fair stuff. Fair but strong. Decisive play. See Baxter over there wearing the 8. Phoenix in 17. Saved a situation earlier that might have been dangerous. Daniel Heyman. Heyman doing brilliantly well here. Heyman! Heyman has scored! Now that is a tremendous goal. Amazing stuff from Daniel Heyman. What a run. Daniel Heyman. So St. Thomas, 1-0 on Daniel Heyman. Jackson West had come closest before that. And here on Whakata Māori, our first goal this morning, Daniel Heyman of St. Thomas, of Canterbury College. Wonderful stuff. Wondered who was going to take the first real shot. It was he. It was Heyman. 1-0. Rhys Jones, 16 over here. Ben Moore. Ben Moore, that's Te Wharekauti McGregor with a playful nudge. There on, I think that might have been Riley Burgess. Was that Riley? Charlie Kelly. Kelly over to Jackson. Jackson bumped away by Finn Steele. Strong defence there from Steele. And Te Wharekauti doesn't mind mixing it up. Giovanni Joseph. Giovanni did really, really well there. St. Thomas's didn't just diffuse a tough situation. So Baxter Coughlin. Magnificent goal, Daniel Heyman. Going Whangarei boys' way. A couple of guys with hands on knees. Jono Bonetti. Giovanni Joseph wears the 10. He's attending to himself at the moment. Jackson West. What a goal that by Daniel Heyman. Came down the left, skipped in between a couple of players, took the shot. Nico Reynolds, as I said before, good goalkeeper that hadn't had a lot of work before that. And the shot is high, wide and handsome. Score here at the moment in the 27th minute is 1-0. St. Thomas of Canterbury over Whangarei boys. The home team, I suppose, well, you definitely could say, up 1-0. They'd be happy about that. Got a lot of support from the student body. It's the day and day before. And Thomas chewing up some time here. 28th minute, up 1-0. Remember, these are a 35-minute halves. Getting a good clear view here of the ground, its condition. It's in excellent condition. Score is in fact 1-0 to St. Thomas's. Not 0-all, as one might think. 1-0. Here's the captain, here's Jackson. Jackson controls there against Baxter. Baxter, good stuff by Baxter. Good body there by Baxter. Keeping a close eye on that linesman Andre Guamaris of Nelson. Fascinated by that contest within a contest. Kirk Davis has disallowed what we thought was a goal from Giovanni Joseph. Have one goal only, Daniel Heyman. Is this Van Moore from the corner? No, Van Moore is Van Moore. Moving up to the high post. Man, there's not a lot of some big people in there. Wanting position. Well, Whangarei boys are on the board. Is it possible, I ask myself, that Rhys Jones might just have scored without in fact knowing he'd scored? Is it possible that the ball hit him on the head into the back? I think it did, looking at him, looking at his reaction. For a moment, I thought, Rhys Jones has scored. But he turned round looking slightly confused, and I remember thinking, well, no, that can't be, actually. But now I look at it, 1-1, Rhys Jones, so Whangarei boys have drawn level. Rhys Jones, if he was the unsuspecting goal scorer, here's Harry Eastwick. So he scored inadvertently. At least that's what we think. Te Wharekauria McGregor took a little tumble over there on the left. But that just water off a duck's back as far as McGregor's concerned. He's moved on. We move on. Barrett. Remember, Heyman scored. First goal today. Now Barrett down the centre. Trying to get the ball across to Heyman. Heyman's had a taste of glory once. That's Barrett going hard. The referee's quite happy with it in the sense that no foul play occurred. Player is injured. Obviously, that has to be addressed. And he had a word there, Archie Knox. Hey, that's my teammate. It is. Riley Burgess over there. See Charlie Kelly over there. Down on the floor is a Tynan van der Meer. Now, if he needs help, that'll be forthcoming. But I was very impressed, I have to say, by van der Meer yesterday. He was very strong and took knocks. Now, can he continue? It's not a determination that he gets to make of his own accord. Tynan van der Meer assisted from the field. These things happen. That's something that people need to come to terms with, the fact that these guys are injured. It's not always the fault of another player. In that instance there, obviously, there was a strong tackle, a strong attempt at a hard, fair tackle, and a guy will go down, and he has to be looked after. I think that's really good refereeing there from referee Davis. Accidents can and do happen. Guys have a good feel for the game, such as referee Davis. Barrett, that was O'Connell. Okay, and they're calling for some, somebody wants the referee. I'm not sure what that's about. And over here for Finn Steele. Finn Steele, I thought too, by the way, I thought Baxter did an extremely good job against Jackson West. At the end of the ground at the other end. Jackson, silky skills, sublime skills. Here's Colleen. And if he'd been able to free himself up then, or free somebody else up, Campbell Buck's enjoying himself. Big grin on Campbell Buck. Campbell has it now. Campbell has the ball taken from him by Knox. Giovanni Joseph. Straight away there, Baxter leapt into the air. Baxter having a word here with referee Davis. Okay, thumbs up, and life goes on. Wasn't impressed there, Giovanni Joseph. And, or would he be? Here's Archie Knox. 1-1 the score. Marvellous, the marvellous skills we've seen today. Rhys Jones scored the second goal, we think. Daniel Heyman the first. Andre Guimaraes, Nelson and Nick Bailey of Temuka, your linesman. And Amir has recovered, he's back on the park. Baxter Coughlin. You know, I'm really warming to Baxter too, just with the passion and the commitment he's shown. You know, guys willing to fight for something. And that's not meant in a negative, so that's not a negative comment. It means that they're willing to push themselves. You know, when it hurts a little, when you're gasping for breath, just still wanting to be out there. St. Thomas's, tough Monday from memory. Let's track what happened to them or with them on Tuesday. Find themselves even Stevens level pegging with Whangarei boys. They scored the first goal. Don't forget, okay. Right there, Jake Rains. Away they go. Whangarei boys. Okay, that'd be maddening there for Killeen. That's half time. It's 1-1. 2 goals in game 1 on this day 3, and it has been absorbing stuff. Seen a couple of players rock and roll and tumble out there, but nothing that Mr. Davis couldn't handle. Spectacular goal by Heyman. Heyman, the individual, self-made goal of the first half, you'd have to say. And then Rhys Jones is as nearly as I can approximate it with the goal to equalise for Whangarei Boys High School. So Whangarei just continuing to show the spunk that they showed yesterday. Here on Whakata Māori, it's all good stuff.
Being a rural school, travel is always a huge cost when playing sport at Central Hawke's Bay College. With the funding from Apollo projects, we've been able to lower travel costs to allow more students to participate in secondary school competitions. Where families have more than one child participating in sport and participating in more than one sport, the financial impact can be huge. Thank you to Apollo projects for the huge difference you have made to our students' participation levels in sport.
It's a big thank you to Apollo Projects for providing the funding to have Apollo run this program. Not only for us, but all the other schools, it makes a big difference to get some kids more active. The funding from Apollo has been spread across 14 team trips this year. It's been a big help to them, and they're really appreciative of Apollo for being able to provide it for us.
I'd like to say a huge thank you to Apollo for all their support with our sports gear and our surfboards.
So the Apollo Project's sponsorship has been used to help our sports teams with new uniforms, with getting away to different tournaments. The pride on their faces when they see the new uniforms is just amazing. It's really lifted everybody's spirit.
No time to fluff around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay an App to speed on through. Ooh yeah, feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
I just want to thank New Zealand Carbon Farming for taking the initiative and supporting schools like ours.
It's really important they have that outlet to come to kura for another reason other than curriculum, and for some reason in our water our kids just breathe sport, and having that resource here makes life that much more enjoyable and they can keep doing what they're good at.
Having this funding, being able to use it specifically targeting sport is hugely beneficial.
So sponsorship from New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic for our sports teams actually who went away to Tournament Week. We're a community who's driven by sport, but often money and the cost of travel, accommodation and uniform can be a barrier for some of our students. And to come out with a new uniform for a number of sports, particularly our basketball teams who've been away at nationals, has been uplifting for the students and for our community. The support from Carbon Farming has been wonderful.
Without them, then we wouldn't look like this.
From us, it's a huge thank you to New Zealand Carbon Farming. The opportunities and the sponsorship that's been provided is pretty crucial for our school.
We're buying new volleyball gear, so volleyball nets, balls and the stands to attach the volleyball nets to the floor. Volleyball is a very popular sport. Kids find it to be fun.
We'd just like to thank you from Tauranga High School. See.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybuys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Catch the next-gen sports superstars.
He's very, very strong.
All power, all action, all drama. Stream it live, ad-free from our secondary school's Winter Tournament. Subscribe now to Māori Active.
Hi everybody and welcome back to English Park here in Christchurch. Fantastic to have you with us on Whakata Māori. Our wonderful coverage of this New Zealand Secondary Schools Boys Football Premier Tournament. Here in St Albans, look at the sponsors we've got, the people that have gotten right in behind what's happening here. Lotto, very lucky to have New Zealand Carbon Farming on board. These are people without which it wouldn't be possible. Apollo Projects, Caltex, that's a big name. I tell you, grateful to have all of them on board, all of them. English Park, the prettiest picture in Christchurch today, and score 1-1. Whangarei boys, St Thomas of Canterbury, goal scorers. Haven't heard any different. Rhys Jones, Whangarei boys. He, you know, that was memorable. But Daniel Heyman, who really got us going with the first goal of the day, first goal that counted. Giovanni Joseph, I think the first player today to put a ball in the back of the net, a goal that was disallowed. Ball on the foot of Alex Walls. And now looks to be Jackson West. Get up close. We'll be able to tell that was Burgess. Laying it back, Riley Burgess. And Giovanni Joseph getting close to it. Question being asked early on of St Thomas's, that's Jackson West. Wide to the left. First time he took a shot like that today, Jackson. It wasn't wide, it hit the post. How often you see that? And it comes back the other way. 1-1. So opportunity has knocked on the door. Both teams able to take one. Each of them one goal. Heyman Goal he scored was inspired. It's incredible. Rhys Jones, if that was Rhys, and the manner of his scoring that goal is what I think it was, that he was in the right place at the right time. And once again, combative Baxter with Karen Barrett. Barrett, good skills. Big guy, strong player with excellent skills. Here is Te Wharekauti McGregor. Here's Heyman. Heyman the cross. Heyman, good ball. Heyman has played extremely well. I'm going to be honest. He's played very, very well. And man, once he got his nose turning towards goal, nothing was stopping him. Here's Phoenix Causey. Phoenix doing well around Barrett. Circumnavigated him. Te Wharekauti down to Heyman. Heyman, scorer of the first goal. Heyman. Heyman pursued by Vandermeer. Heyman. One is never enough. Look at Heyman. Heyman there on the right foot. The cross there from Heyman. Man, this is exciting. Jackson now with room to move. Jackson with room to move. Baxter in front of him. Jackson to the middle. Jackson, little or no support to Wharekauti. Trying to get rid of Burgess. No getting rid of Burgess. Or for that matter, John O'Bonetti. Te Wharekauti McGregor. Playing with pride. Pride in his school, pride in his team. Here for a reason. And yes, at a certain level, that reason is love of the game and to develop and all that. At another level, it's we want to get one. Here's Karen Barrett. Barrett, strong. He tried on that side to find Jacob O'Connell. Never a dull moment. Here's O'Connell trying to get the ball back again. Giovanni Joseph. Lovely ball. Over to Jackson. He's got time to bring it under control. Te Wharekauti McGregor after him. The left foot cross. Okay. Was Archie Knox. Te Wharekauti McGregor. But a central figure now. Heyman, scorer of the first goal. The merciless Heyman. Heyman on the right foot. Heyman stuck with him. Archie Knox. Archie Knox stuck with Heyman there and refused to relent. Good stuff from Archie Knox. Heyman is not easy to keep up with. See, it can happen. You can fall over. It is possible. Sometimes, as I said, these accidents happen. Because Giovanni Joseph has it back again. He's been in the wars, man, a lot of physical play. Riley Burgess has it. Brilliant stuff. Burgess, ball ahead. Okay, and Baxter there to save the day. Joseph gives chase. You never know when you might get the ball back. Referee Kirk Davis. You can't stop. One thing you can't do, you cannot stop. Baxter's on the floor. This is Kirk Davis. Full flush of youth. Over there for a word with Nick Bailey. And I think they've spotted something. No idea what. They're deep in conversation. And whatever it's about, well, here comes referee Davis. These guys are officials. They're a lot of fun. But they also take the job that they do very seriously. Baxter. Giovanni Joseph. Man, does he love what he's doing. Look at him run. Look at him help teammates. Look at him direct. Karen Barrett there ran over Riley Burgess. That looked strange. Here now is the captain, O'Connell. Pulled offside. That is probably the biggest guy on the park, Karen Barrett, running into the most courageous, Riley Burgess. Riley Burgess, brilliant young man, went down very hard. Hope he's okay. These guys take knocks, they bounce back quickly most of the time. The sportsmanship of the players in this tournament that I've seen has been very good too. And Riley Burgess is back up and running again. That was Colleen giving chase. Benmore's over here, the tall player, top of the circle. So 1-1. Threw the ball into Corsi. Here's Benmore. Nicely done. Nice skills here from Whangarei boys, Jake Rains. Andre Guimarius of Nelson. Linesman on that side. Very attentive. That's a good ball for Venmore. Venmore for Joseph. Okay, ruled offside there. The big guy. A little cross. I think that was Flynn Venmore. Sometimes the passion of football, a player can be overwrought. That's a nice way of saying that they cannot believe their bad luck. These guys, they're good boys. There's no excuse for naughty language. You've got to recognise where that comes from. That comes from a desire and a passion to do something for your team. You've got to bring yourself under control, obviously. Of course you do. Measure, I think, of their passion for football, not of their respect for the officials. The officials here have been extremely good. I think they've done a great job. The players not commenting on that either. Phoenix Corsi. Here's Te Wharekauti. McGregor. Here's Heyman again. Heyman, man. Does the pressure ramp up when Heyman gets the ball? Was that last touch Finn Steele or not? Finn Steele gallops away from the scene. Which way is this going to go? Sometimes, you know, if you lose your composure, it can cost your team. Whangarei boys play the game as fiercely as anyone. Riley Burgess, now Giovanni Joseph. Great skill by Giovanni. Giovanni comes again, puts big hoof to ball. Not imagine the way that he put hoof to ball there. Reminds so many around the country of their formative years in the game. When the chief tactic seemed to be big boot, everyone give chase. That was a very long time ago, when guys were just starting to learn how to play. Nice ball there. Saw a nice ball from Benetti. Now Joseph, is Joseph okay? He seems to be limping a little. Here's Riley. Wow, Riley! Strong strike there. This young man, keep your eye on him, because what he does out there, he chases, he tackles, stands his ground, gets in a shot. Might have cleared the crossbar for sure, but hit it pretty hard. Jacob O'Connell. He's had his moments. So is Heyman. Waiting now for the ball, I presume. Wasn't it a little while before Referee Davis had to have a word that we made mention of, he and linesman Bailey coming together and just talking about something, we don't know what. Heyman, ball across the park. St Thomas is finding some rhythm last little while. Finn Steele weren't erratic at the start. Look at O'Connell fighting hard for his school. And there again, other guys committing themselves. Phoenix Corsi. Here's Te Wharekauti trying to put some pressure on Joseph. And running hard here is Benetti, wears 11. Okay, Jackson West looms large as a threat for Whangarei boys. Harry Eastwick knows it. And I would really commend referee Davis. for letting the youngsters know that this is what you may and this is what you may not say, but not overreacting. I think that's the right thing to do. 1-1 in the 47th minute. Oh, Bonetti, what dreams may come. Hope everybody's enjoying this as much as I am. Rhys Jones, I remain convinced that the ball did hit him on the back of the head and he scored. At least that's what I think. Don't know if I'm the only one who thinks it. That's Baxter. Long ball down the ground. Heyman coming in. Also coming towards it there was Nico Reynolds. Te Whare Kauri making contact with an opponent. Here's Jackson West. Jackson skillfully holds. Bonetti. Bonetti, good ball. Is that Colleen in the 12? Yes, it is. Here's Knox. Knox for Colleen. Maybe they overpassed the ball then. Certainly not a lot of communication. Causes the turnover. Now they have turned the ball over, and St. Thomas's have it. Well, there have been a couple of turnovers. Just really attention to detail is probably the right way, probably the best way to describe it. Joseph there. Oh, that's lovely ball. Bonetti. Well now, Jackson West. Jackson West came close in the first half. Shot at the left post. Came close here in the second half. 48 minutes in. Crowd exhorting players to turn around, pay attention. Don't turn your back. Never turn your back on an opponent. So Alex Walls. Barrett. Slipping there a moment ago was Phoenix Causey. But Cody McGregor, nice skills. Good stuff. Barrett, Burgess once again hanging on to him there. Here's Walls. Ball situation, that's Heyman. Heyman's shot going well wide. These guys, they commit themselves. After the game is done and dusted, they take a little while to come down. Whether they've won or lost, frankly. But you have to give a lot of yourself. You have to give of yourself to be a competitive sportsman. You know, to be a footballer. I'm always going to have sympathy with the player that tries hard. And look at him scrapping over there, Phoenix Causey. And because of that fighting spirit, getting the ball down the ground. Nico Reynolds getting the ball over to Rhys, I think it was. This is we'll give him Diamond and 4. Here's Jackson West. Jackson West makes a run, takes a shot. Jackson West, and off the bump, Harry Eastwick has stood tall. Harry Eastwick, they're getting a hand to it. Desperation. What a grand effort from Harry Eastwick. You know, being a goalkeeper, some who don't know the game hold you responsible for everything that goes wrong, but sometimes stand up to be counted. Corner. 1-1, St. Thomas and Whangarei boys. That was Jackson West. A moment ago was Venmore, ready to take a shot. Good play there by Walls. And now everybody giving chase. And I sympathise. See Daniel Heyman down here. It's okay. But next time I want it. There Joseph. And Steele. Barrett. Strong player, Barrett. Burgess once again coming across to him. Seamus Gallagher. Played by Gallagher. Now Heyman, that's a good... Oh! Just a little long. Just a little long. Some of these numbers interest me. I've got Max Diamond in 4. Giovanni Joseph. Maybe a case of numbers being shifted around. That can happen. And more. Okay. All there a moment ago with Gallagher, the 6. Gallagher has it again now. Gallagher down the middle. Here's O'Connell. O'Connell makes a strong run. O'Connell. That was Will's taking the shot. Barrett now takes a shot that sails well over the bar. Okay, this is Bonetti. Now this is Baxter. Want to clear this? Okay, he's got it now. Well, that definitely. Baxter grabbing the shirt there of Giovanni Joseph. What we might call a moment of madness. Going to collect the card. You make these decisions in an instant. Baxter Conklin. Quite clear what happened there. No risk of injury, obviously, to the player, but drawn the ire of referee Davis. To me, what that says is the referee Davis pays close attention to the game. Here we have the wall and referee Davis paying close attention. Eastwick. Is this going to be Eastwick's time to shine as goalie? Jackson West. Whoa, no. No, it's a matter of, oh, wow. That was Archie Knox taking the shot. Long time in preparation, Jackson, but it was Archie Knox. Now Finn Steele battling for the ball down the sideline. Alex Walls hustling to get the ball back. Throw it in. Phoenix Causey. All turned over now. Whangarei boys have it. Oh, I love that. That's a wonderful there from Giovanni Joseph. And then they turned it over. Loose ball situation again. O'Connell. O'Connell going to go St. Thomas's way. He was very strong there, O'Connell. Make no mistake about that, Phoenix. St. Thomas's, 1-1. Look at Burgess again on Barrett, somewhere near his hip bone. Good, brave stuff. Burgess says it was definitely off St. Thomas's. Was hopping up and down madly. These players giving of themselves all that they have to give. Burgess has gone down. Giovanni Joseph. Giovanni Joseph, can he get the ball back? No, he can't. Near halfway. And now across to Bonetti. Benetti, brilliant tackle. Te Wharikori McGregor. Wonderful play. Walls. Walls just a half a metre too long. Heyman. Knocks with a throw in. Couldn't clear Wharikori McGregor. Benetti, that was Wharikori McGregor. I love the upraised palms. Wharikori McGregor wanting to occupy space, then held by Benetti, occupied by Benetti. And this is getting to be a little scrappy over there. Being allowed to go by referee Davis. Play continues. Barrett, Burgess on him. Now Jones. Jones, good ball up to Joseph. Joseph has it with Baxter in front of it. No, this is Jackson. Jackson West, actually. Sorry about that. There's Jones. Jones for Joseph. Riley eyes the ball greedily. Here's Knox. Knox, left side. Knox, good play. Knox! Knox! For a moment. Just for a moment. Colleen and Walls in comical fashion. Good play. Good football. Enjoyable football. Over there, Finn Steele. Battling hard with, well, we've been given Max Diamond here. I wonder about that. I wonder where the guys have swapped jerseys on us. It is possible. People have to do a number of different things. If they're here as coaches and managers, sometimes a jersey will have a tear under the arm, or maybe it is a snug fit. Relate to all of these things, these issues. 1-1. Play began in this tournament on Monday. Tuesday we began broadcasting. Wednesday we're enjoying our association with this Whakata Māori. These wonderful sponsors such as Caltex and Lotto, etc. New Zealand Carbon Farming, Apollo. Here's Barrett. It's really been a force. Baxter, I want to say it again, these guys have been good citizens. They've just been very passionate about what they've been trying to do. That's Archie Knox sticking with Heyman. What Knox did, what Heyman tried to do. Okay. Shot taken by Seamus Gallagher. Last touch. Last touch, Nico. Well, that's out to Wharikori McGregor. Be thrown in by Finn Steele. Finn with a great throw, fantastic finding Walls. Walls drops the ball back calmly. Riley Burgess, natural for a player to be huffing and puffing at this stage. Wouldn't be human if you weren't. All down the ground now. Jackson West, lovely ball. Is he offside or not? That was certainly the opinion of the guys getting back. That's Baxter and Te Wharekauti and company. Giovanni Joseph. Having a word with Eastwick. Eastwick's had a good game, I think. Both of the goalies have played strongly. Te Wharekauti, McGregor, he comes off. If he would have asked, well, what sort of game did I have? You'd have to say a strong game. Okay, nice trap there a moment ago. We have Diamond in the 4 up. Okay, this is Jackson. Jackson there, beautifully controlled. Magnificent control from Jackson West. Now it's 2-1. Whangarei Boys High School in the lead here in the 62nd minute. That was just, it's as if time stood still. It was a moment in time. Jackson with a trap, transfer, beautifully balanced, wonderful strike. Jackson West, captain of Whangarei Boys High School. Just a privilege to see that performance. See the skills there of the young man. Wow. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with anything that Harry Eastwick, the goalie from St. Thomas, did. Sometimes you just come up against somebody and they're fabulous. What can you do? Answer's not much. Gallagher coming back with passion, which is the first thing you need. Here's Baxter. And he certainly has held nothing back. Here a chorus of voices, and that's fine. I think it's great to see this tournament here on Whakata Māori. And it's not all win, obviously. Okay, Giovanni Joseph taking exception to being brushed aside there. Karen Barrett, perhaps concerned for his safety, looking to kick long. Okay, here's Joseph here. Joseph down the middle. Joseph, nice ball. That's brilliant by Eastwick. Man, did he bounce back well then. Jackson Alexander took a shot. Harry Eastwick, there's nothing anyone on earth could do about West, but he got down for that. Eastwick there with an heroic save from the St. Thomas goalkeeper. If at all humanly possible, could you please stop it? And that is what Harry Eastwick did. That is what he will continue to do. Save his team. Okay. Corner, unfortunately, came to naught. Here's Baxter. Baxter goes long. Looking for Heyman. Heyman, I swear, every time he's touched it, you know, he's threatened mayhem, but he just, the second half, best way to put it is the play just hasn't run his way, I suppose. Archie Knox. Throws the ball in. Here's Joseph and Te Wharekauti McGregor. You know, he is a good competitor there, and Baxter in front there of Giovanni Joseph, who is, that's what you call a suspension of disbelief. You see there, Giovanni Joseph, I hope he's okay, but certainly took a tumble, and there has been some strong play. Wharekauti and Baxter, two guys who are unwilling to budge, give an inch. Giovanni Joseph has played well. Just one of a number, but has played well. Shown good control, some marvellous passing skills. Hand being offered there by Heyman. Now, he's very appreciative of the gesture, Giovanni, but he just simply can't really get to his feet at the moment. You ever want to misread these situations? Daniel Heyman offering, you know, a hand, get a guy up. But the guy just is uncomfortable and at the moment can't really move. One thing I think we're a lot more mature about these days in sport. If a player is injured, he needs to be attended to. It could be something quite serious. It could be something we can't see. It's almost certainly something we can't see. Giovanni Joseph. Want everybody who came to this tournament in good condition to leave this tournament the same good condition. Giovanni Joseph, I don't know if he can put any weight on that leg. Anyway, he's here on the grandstand side, the Steve Sumner stand side of the ground. Opposite, of course, his reserves bench, but he's going to be attended to. Ball is in play. Off the head of Colleen. Okay, thought so. That's actually Max Diamond. Max Diamond wearing the 15. Their numbers change. Riley Burgess. Riley with a good ball. Riley with a great ball. Riley with a great ball. And goal, Jackson Alexander. So that's now 3-1. Riley Burgess with a fantastic pass. Riley Burgess to Jackson Alexander. Seen 3 marvellous goals. 3 special goals. Rhys Jones. First one that we'd have to double check on, triple check on really, to be honest. Then Jackson West with a touch of class. And now Jackson Alexander. Recipient of a brilliant pass from Riley Burgess, who took a tumble earlier on in the game, recovered, and has now played a part in putting Whangarei Boys High School in a strong position. Wharekauti McGregor coming at Jackson West. Here's Jackson. St. Thomas is down now 1-3, 3-1. Giovanni Joseph has rejoined the fray. Confirm it's a Max Diamond. Now they're wearing 6. Okay, heard the whistle relatively early. And I think we said before that Flynn Venmore might have said a word and been spoken to by referee Davis. Perhaps that was Maxi. Certainly the numbers have changed in at least one case. Flynn Venmore, I might add, was very well behaved yesterday and competed excellently. It was Barrett and Burgess going up to challenge him. Burgess on the floor. And that's a nice gesture. Kieran Barrett went over to offer a hand. The young man simply got up before that could take place. Archie Knox, all across the ground. Connell impressive. And there is a little bit of byplay at the moment, a little bit of bumping. And physicality is a part of the game as long as stays under control. Theo Jones, play. Oh, well, Walls almost had a goal there. I think that was a fine effort, a good attempt. St. Thomas's, and here comes referee Davis, wanting to have a word. Referee Davis has had a happy time out there with the players so far, but one or two, that may have been Seamus Gallagher. who want desperately for their team in their school to do well. Okay, 3-1. Whangarei Boys High School deserved winners over St Thomas of Canterbury. St Thomas with their characteristic fight and their toughness and their passion. Whangarei Boys High School 3-1. It's marvellous stuff. Daniel Heyman, of course, with the early goal for St Thomas. Alex Walls nearly scored at the end of the game. And, of course, from Jones, from West, and Alexander. 3 marvellous goals for Whangarei Boys. This has been excellent stuff. A grand start to the morning. For Kata Māori, our coverage of this New Zealand Secondary School Boys Football Tournament.
This is an opportunity that we can't pass on.
Being a rural school, travel is always a huge cost when playing sport at Central Hawke's Bay College. With the funding from Apollo projects, we've been able to lower travel costs to allow more students to participate in secondary school competitions. Where families have more than one child participating in sport and participating in more than one sport, the financial impact can be huge. Thank you to Apollo projects for the huge difference you have made to our students' participation levels in sport.
It's a big thank you to Apollo Projects for providing the funding to have Apollo run this program. Not only for us, but all the other schools. It makes a big difference to get some kids more active. The funding from Apollo has been spread across 14 team trips this year. It's been a big help to them, and they're really appreciative of Apollo for being able to provide it for us.
I'd like to say a huge thank you to Apollo for all their support with our sports gear and our surfboards.
So the Apollo Project's sponsorship has been used to help our sports teams with new uniforms, with getting away to different tournaments. The pride on their faces when they see the new uniforms is just amazing. It's really lifted everybody's spirit.
No time to fluff around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay an App to speed on through. Ooh yeah, feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
I just want to thank New Zealand Carbon Farming for taking the initiative and supporting schools like ours.
It's really important they have that outlet to come to kura for another reason other than curriculum, and for some reason in our water our kids just breathe sport, and having that resource here makes life that much more enjoyable and they can keep doing what they're good at.
Having this funding, being able to use it specifically targeting sport is hugely beneficial.
So sponsorship from New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic for our sports teams actually who went away to Tournament Week. We're a community who's driven by sport, but often money and the cost of travel, accommodation and uniform can be a barrier for some of our students. And to come out with a new uniform for a number of sports, particularly our basketball teams who have been away at Nationals, has been uplifting for the students and for our community. The support from Carbon Farming has been wonderful.
Without them, then we wouldn't look like this.
From us, it's a huge thank you to New Zealand Carbon Farming. The opportunities and the sponsorship that's been provided is pretty crucial for our school.
We're buying new volleyball gear, so volleyball nets, balls and the stands to attach the volleyball nets to the floor. Volleyball is a very popular sport kids find it to be fun.
We'd just like to thank you from Tauranga High School. See.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybuys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Catch the next-gen sports superstars.
He's very, very strong.
All power, all action, all drama. Stream it live, ad-free from our secondary school's winter tournament. Subscribe now to Māori Active.
You're going to own that, own the sideline.
Well, I got to say we're spoiled here. Timaru and St. Peter's. Timaru in that white strip. St. Peter's in the blue. And, what you'd call a hectic start. So Timaru, potentially a scoring opportunity early on. 9 is Ollie Evans, team led by Cohen Hancock. Sam Powers, the 7. 17, Taylor Hurrell. Our match officials for game 2, Jan Hendrick of Temuka. Referee Sean Liu is our chief assistant, or number 1, and Kyle McCutcheon. Kyle McCutcheon on this side. St. Peter's, Sam Ross. Sam Ross, ball upfield. Harvey Dempster. Harvey controls against Charlie Paul. Wow. So question's going to be asked. Young McCutcheon, who I thought was fantastic yesterday. Linesman on this side.
Really good.
Only 15 years of age, I understand. So into the game early as an official. Papanui High School, I was told, has done himself credit. And that's Luke Mitchell. Oh, wow! Exceptional stuff. They're in 15. George Anthony, goal won't count. Thought he had it. Thought he had it. Over here in 12 Braden Hill, waiting for it. Not going to get it. Timaru in the white strip from right to left. St. Peter's in the blue from left to right. I'll tell you what, they thought they'd scored. They really thought they'd scored. It's a modest tempo at the start of this game. Guys looked as if they were going to push. Corbin Meyer. Timaru. Sam Power. Power trying to get a ball down to Ollie Evans. Now into Power. Power had the ball taken from him. Referee Hendrick. Gonna have to keep an eye on both these teams. And once again, down to the dangerous Dempster. Dempster. And with him, Charlie Paul. 4. And again, this time it's Reed Anderson. Near post. Timaru Boys High School. St. Peter's, first half, early stages, 5 minutes in. Got it back there, that's Cruz Crafts. Cruz, Cobbemire, Timaru, both teams trying to find their feet here. That's Anderson. Anderson there with a cross. Dempster tries to get near the ball. Very good job defensively being done by Charlie Paul. Some exciting stuff already this morning. Jackson West, fabulous goal. Heyman of the opposition players. Tremendous goal. Whangarei Boys High School. That's Jackson. Not a lot of pressure in the air there on the corner. St. Peter's in possession. Dempster has made a couple of, well, he's had a couple of touches early in the game. Over there on the left side of the ground. Corner from the left, St. Peter's dominating field position certainly early in the game. Skills here from St. Peter's and coming forward for Timaru Boys. Goalkeeper Thomas Linares Fontana. Linares Fontana. Want to be safe stuff in there. Now Wool. Taylor Hurrell. Taylor Hurrell, you heard there. Well done, Taylor Hurrell. I love that. You get a lot of positive comments from the parents here. A lot of positive support for the players from both teams. And don't think that these guys are too big to cheer. You know, that they're too old to do that now. No way. They appreciate it. You've got someone in your corner. It's not you against the world. And sometimes it feels that way. The contest for the ball is a fierce one. Cohen Hancock, the captain of Timaru Boys, leading the way in that regard. Asks nothing of others that he won't do him so well. That's what you call a header, almost a facial off the boot of Theo Anthony. And now giving chase Ollie Evans. Anthony. Good coverage again. Thomas Linares Fontana made a good start back there. Maybe that is where it starts for every team. Guys are going to play open football. I love this. Love the way that both teams have wanted to start off playing the game at pace. Lurching to his feet there, Ollie Evans. Arms hanging limply by his sides. But he's more or less okay. No score, 8 minutes in. Timaru, first opportunity. Off a free kick. Play here by Timaru. They're making their case to referee Hendrick. No result. There's passion with an edge. That's what you can hear from the fans. But that passion with an edge is all positive. And we've had parents and caregivers come up to us and say, hey, we appreciate the job you're doing, but we're also really enjoying this tournament. My son's enjoyed this tournament. Our family has enjoyed this tournament. So how well it's run, how well it's been run, it doesn't run itself. And Megan Jones and company should be pretty pleased the way all this has worked out. Proud. See there Taylor Hurrell trying to get position near post. Going to do it again. These guys could, they'd be playing football just about every day, if not every day. Okay, got to head to it there. Got to head to it, Ollie. Ollie Evans, that is. Still no score in the 10th minute. Remember, 35-minute halves. Your heart goes cold, to be honest. Your blood runs cold when it comes to penalties. Heart bleeds, depending on which side of the coin it falls in that situation. But the way these guys play the game, they're going to run. They're going to score some goals here today. They're going to score some goals. Sam Ross. Ross wants it back, got it back. Ross makes a run. Ross pursued by Braden Hill. Ross has it again. Good interplay here by St. Peter's.
Well done, Samuel.
Excellent stuff. Thomas Lenaris Montana. Been in the game 4 times to date so far. Coming on at chase is Theo Anthony. McCutcheon on the sidelines for McCutcheon. Making good, strong calls. I'll tell you what, it takes something a bit special to run a line or to blow a whistle at this level when you're that age. All the attendant pressures. And Naros Fontana has the ball. St. Peter's an interesting team to watch. Their players are slight but skillful, quick, capable of playing the game at a high tempo. Youngsters, obviously. Okay, getting his duck on there, linesman Lou. Officials have come from as far away as Auckland to officiate in this tournament. It's a long way to come, but for the love of the game, Ross again, Ross there. Ball rather. Okay, with the head to that was Cruz Crafts. Okay, they managed to get the ball there from Harvey Dempster. Timaru have the ball now. Harry McFarlane. If the goalkeeper provides you with your foundation, they have a good, strong base. Timaru St. Peter's. Okay, ball for a moment with Cohen Hancock. Saw him make a strong tackle earlier. You'll see him make more strong tackles as this morning wears on. Dempster is interested. Thought for a moment that he had a loose ball. Cruz Crafts gets in there. He saw a loose ball. Cruz gets it in quickly. Finds Anthony. Anthony happy playing back. Here's a Dempster again. Some quite strong play there. It was Braden Hill. Made a strong challenge. Clean. Certainly a strong challenge. Watch for a Ross in the 3. Very lively. Nice touch there from Reed Anderson. So that's the ball. That's what it looks like. That's what it feels like. Good stuff. St. Peter's of Cambridge. An excellent institution. Also known for turning out fantastic sports people. Tim Seifert, black cap. He's one. Matt Whitley, a very good footballer and cricketer. Oh, wow. That's some hammer. That is exceptional stuff. And so they are on the board, St. Peter's. And man, incredible. And 8, Luke Mitchell, captain of the team. A dagger. Man, was that a strong shot or what? Timaru boys. First shot on goal from Mitchell. His first shot on goal. Very impressed. And once more bumping it up, there's Theo Anthony. He's worked hard. That was Dempster. Caleb Woodfield 7. They're on the board already, 1-0. St. Peter's first goal here at English Park. Game 2 on this third morning. 16th minute of play, first half. Thrown in by Crafts. Woodfield trying to make the cross. 1-0. Don't blink or you'll miss it. That's what the action's like here. Boys Premiership. Fast. Skillful. Pretty good standard. Cruz throws it in quickly. Play the game with urgency and raise the tempo. Caleb Woodfield. And up. Oh, man! Woodfield. Either it was Woodfield or just a scraping touch. Well, how about that? Reed Anderson. Anderson ends up with a goal there. If it wasn't Woodfield, hey, Anderson, he must have got a touch. So now 2-0. Anderson there. Last touch, goal Anderson. Outstanding. Woodfield been prominent in the last couple of minutes. So best of my recollection, Luke Mitchell in the 8. And fantastic by Anderson. Great minds think alike here at Whakata Māori. I love it. 2-0 at the moment. St. Peter's over Timaru boys. Well, down is Ross. Hope Ross is okay. Ross is somebody that I'd like to do well in this game because he made a couple of runs early in the game. Very impressive. You can't keep a good man down. Ross okay to continue? No matter what the age, it's always the same story. If players have to go, they'll go, but if they don't have to, then they won't. Want to be out there. Charlie Paul with boot to ball. 2-0. Natural enough thing when you're playing a ball sport. Feet as primary weapons that people are going to go over from time to time. 2-0 St. Peter's against Timaru. St. Peter's, 2 excellent goals. Timaru having to try and save this in field. Good effort that from Braden Hill. Did what he could. Deserves that acknowledgement from teammate and captain Cohen Hancock. We appreciate too the help that we get from the coaches and managers. They have a million things to do, least important of which has been O'Brien leave, and yet they help us out with our name. They know that what we do for the youngsters and their teams. And here on Whakata Māori, there are a number of players that you could see go further. It's a little scramble. Oh. Owen Hancock, hands to head. Time to think. Time to be disappointed. It's time that none of these young men have. Cohen Hancock back into position. Near him, Cruz Crafts. Very alert young player. Quick to get the game moving from the sideline when he's had to throw the ball in. But very accurate in that too. Sometimes that's not easy to do. Harvey Dempster. He went back there, that was Cruz. Braden Hill. Hill throws the ball in. Team led by Cohen Hancock, this good Timaru Boys High School team. They are resilient. They can and will. Come back, Taylor Hurrell. Taylor, now Charlie Paul. This is Taylor again. Taylor pursued and banded up by William Puckey. Good play by Puckey. Well, he was getting ready there, Hancock. He was going to let fly. Ball can be saved. These players will make that effort. Harvey Dempster, 9, high work rate. Dempster, Timaru Boys High School seeming to do one or two things individually. That was Harry McFarlane. Wasn't a case of the opposition trying to mountain climb Harry McFarlane. The two bodies can't occupy the same space at the same time. Harry McFarlane, strong player. Tell you what, you're not lacking information down there on the sideline. Parents and supporters are not lacking opinions, which is neat. That's part of the fun of playing sport, the passion of your parents and your family. As long as, of course, that doesn't adversely affect the participants. Which in 99% of cases it doesn't. Timaru Boys High School. It's lovely clean white strip with the black numbers. It's been one of my favourite uniforms so far. Tell who's who, Braden Hill. Okay, that there was Sam Power. Strong stuff. You know, Oliver Linton has played a good game. Big guy, strong, played well. So is McFarlane. He certainly wasn't about to step aside. There was a loose ball. Okay, I'm not sure whether that was intentional from Theo Anthony. Does some incredible things. I can't believe it's all scripted. Cruz Crafts getting a ball down the ground. Cruz giving chase again. Had it to do with Cohen Hancock. Mature player, older player, and good leader of men. McFarlane. Some players are what you might refer to as finesse players. Others are grinders. Means everything that they do is effort-based. You need a little bit of that in everyone, and you need players with those qualities in every team. Guys who play hard. Guys who play strongly. Okay, ball there looked to come off the head of Power, wearing the 7. This is Caleb Woodfield. Nice ball from Caleb. Got to get out of here, Timaru boys. They're down 2-0 at the moment. Caleb Woodfield. Wonderful work, wonderful effort there. Really was from Hancock. Seems to lead his team with intensity. That's great as well. Someone who has a passion, Theo Anthony. Now to Cruz. Now to Anthony. William Pucky. William Anthony. Pucky back to Ryan Cole. And back to Pucky. Pucky, how well does he see the floor here? Theo Anthony, where's the 5? And again, happy to rebuild from deep. St. Peter's. .26 minutes of play. Remember what I told you, 35 minutes each way today here on Whakata Māori. Some people have rushed here, help set up for today's game and also get a good seat. Plenty of space, but want this particular seat, you'd better get in early. Okay, Hancock thought that he had a loose ball. You know what he was planning to do with it. Cruz. Once again, good delivery by Cruz. Now Woodfield. Woodfield across the ground to Dempster. Jan Hendrick with a whistle. Linton. Winton has been literally a tower of strength for this Timaru Boys High School team. Great control. Sees the field, sees over the heads too of defenders, and that can help. Harry McFarlane. McFarlane hitting the ground again. I think, do you remember a little while ago I told you guys that I thought there were two types of players out here, finesse players and grinders. Harry McFarlane, just with the way that he hit the deck and the way that he's made his tackles, he's a hard-working player, a grinder, is Harry McFarlane. Dempster, ball back. Looking to build something up here, St. Peter's. Remember, they're in front 2-0. Cruz, nice skills by Cruz. Cruz trying to get around Dakota Henderson.
Keep moving.
Got to be a factor. This ball situation, Linton. Shadows the ball over to his main man, Thomas Lenares Fontana. Tom, right side, accurate in what they've done so far here. Timaru Boys High School. This is Henderson, Dakota Henderson. Play continues. So Luke Mitchell, captain of St. Peter's. Ryan Cole, goalkeeper for St. Peter's. About 5 minutes before half time. That was Ross hitting the ground heavily and certain segment of the public was not impressed. Just a natural human concern. That's the way I describe that. Luke Mitchell, captain of St Peters. Saw Ross go down. But Ross once again refusing to stay down. Theo Anthony working with William Pucky. William Pucky near halfway. It's a long ball. Over there to Cruiser. Pass there as well. You saw for a moment Harry McFarlane is going to take a break, and Harry McFarlane did what he was asked to do out there. He played good, strong, as the kids say, minutes. Tackled, put strong boot to ball. Coaches, good coaches, don't ask more of a player than that player can give unless they can inspire and push that player. Linton with three guys near to him. That's Crafts, Ross. Ollie Evans. Ball back a moment ago for Charlie Paul. Some of these guys have had more touches than others. Charlie Paul has played with pretty good control, but he hasn't had many touches of the ball. Others, it just keeps coming their way. Okay, last header, that was Caleb Woodfield. Pretty determined fashion. This is Dempster. Timaru, maybe with 3 minutes to play, went down heavily there, Braden Hill. Hope he's in one piece. That was Dakota getting the ball upfield. Taylor Hurrell. May seem as there's not much happening in the game. We pause to take stock, and then all of a sudden, Timaru break out, as was the case then. Saw a little bump there from Corbin Meyer. Timaru now have it. Went down there, George Anthony, and he would be very uncomfortable. (2-0) St. Peters. Incredible stuff. Pucky into the middle. Anthony. Long ball for a teammate to run onto. Last minute or so of play here in the first half, although I would remind you that the referee controls that. Referee Hendrick Jan Hendrick. Good strong effort from Luke Mitchell, captain of St Peter's. Woodfield, challenge for the ball, stripped of the ball. Now here in 11, Cohen Hancock. Down the ground, opportunity is knocked here for Timaru. Taylor Hurrell. Well, one would imagine that it's half time or very close to it. Moment 2-0, St Peter's over Timaru boys. Couple of brilliant goals. One was a real strike. 2-0. Cole looking long. Timaru now in control. Half time, 2-0 here on Whakata Māori at English Park in Christchurch. 2-0 St Peter's of Cambridge over Timaru boys. Couple of incredible goals. Mitchell, that was absolutely remarkable. So at the halftime break, 2-0.
This is an opportunity that we can't pass on.
Being a rural school, travel is always a huge cost when playing sport at Central Hawke's Bay College. With the funding from Apollo projects, we've been able to lower travel costs to allow more students to participate in secondary school competitions. Where families have more than one child participating in sport and participating in more than one sport, the financial impact can be huge. Thank you to Apollo projects for the huge difference you have made to our students' participation levels in sport.
It's a big thank you to Apollo Projects for providing the funding to have Apollo run this program. Not only for us, but all the other schools. It makes a big difference to get some kids more active. The funding from Apollo has been spread across 14 team trips this year. It's been a big help to them, and they're really appreciative of Apollo for being able to provide it for us.
I'd like to say a huge thank you to Apollo for all their support with our sports gear and our surfboards.
So the Apollo Project's sponsorship has been used to help our sports teams with new uniforms, with getting away to different tournaments. The pride on their faces when they see the new uniforms is just amazing. It's really lifted everybody's spirit.
No time to fluff around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay and App to speed on through. Ooh, yeah. Feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
I just want to thank New Zealand Carbon Farming for taking the initiative and supporting schools like ours.
It's really important they have that outlet to come to kura for another reason other than curriculum, and for some reason in our water our kids just breathe sport, and having that resource here makes life that much more enjoyable and they can keep doing what they're good at.
Having this funding, being able to use it specifically targeting sport is hugely beneficial.
So The sponsorship from New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic for our sports teams actually who went away to Tournament Week. We're a community who's driven by sport, but often money and the cost of travel, accommodation and uniform can be a barrier for some of our students. And to come out with a new uniform for a number of sports, particularly our basketball teams who have been away at Nationals, has been uplifting for the students and for our community. The support from Carbon Farming has been wonderful.
Without them, then we wouldn't look like this.
From us, it's a huge thank you to New Zealand Carbon Farming. The opportunities and the sponsorship that's been provided is pretty crucial for our school.
We're buying new volleyball gear, so volleyball nets, balls and the stands to attach the volleyball nets to the floor. Volleyball is a very popular sport. Kids find it to be fun.
We'd just like to thank you from Tauranga High School. See.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Catch the next gen sports superstars.
He's very, very strong.
All power, all action, all drama. Stream it live, ad-free from our secondary school's winter tournament. Subscribe now to Māori Active.
Hi everybody and welcome back to English Park here on Whakata Māori. Kia ora everyone. I can tell you we're enjoying what's in front of us at the moment. St. Peter's of Cambridge, 2-0, half-time over Timaru Boys High School. Cohen Hancock and company showing some fight. Not terribly much possession. Taylor Hurrell thought on a couple of occasions in the first half that he might score. Braden Hills worked very hard. Oliver Linton has controlled the situation very well for them in the centre of the park. On the other side, Ryan Cole has been composed right at the back. Caleb Woodfield's had a good game. Luke Mitchell, the captain, goal scorer. Anderson, I think in 13, the other goal scorer. We've enjoyed it. Must say too, comment and compliment on Jan Hendrick, referee in the middle. Had a good game to date. Incident-free game so far for referee Hendrick. The teams, the players have been very cooperative and respectful. They're here for a reason. They're not forgetting it. Down low in front of us, Ollie Evans wears the 9. Ball is in play. It's Harvey Dempster giving chase. And Charlie Paul of Timaru Boys High School. Look at that real gutsy effort from Ollie Evans. Saved in field by a moment ago Sam Smythe. No panic here for St. Peter's or for Ryan Cole. Handles pressure well, laps it up. This is Harvey Dempster. Dempster played the ball back to Woodfield. Woodfield down the ground to Smith. Down the sideline, Smythe rather. Sam Smythe. Theo Anthony, couple of memorable touches in the first half. Ross, the dynamo, the diminutive 3. And Luke Mitchell, captain. What a goal he scored. Woodfield. Seen some good play, seen some good football. Dempster almost lost an ankle then. Anthony. Play for your school is a wonderful thing, to represent your school, represent its values. Here's Mitchell. Mitchell did well. Was that last touch Timaru? It was. Does that extremely well, actually. Throw in Cruz Crafts. Timaru still looking for that first goal, working for, hoping for building towards that first goal. Moment they trail 2-0. Their goalie, Thomas Linares Fontana. Okay, shot on goal. That was a good strong hoof from Theo Anthony. This is Kenta Sato Allen. He'll wear the 16. Anthony. Strong shot he took. Not for Winfield, or Woodfield rather, trying to get the ball down to Dempster. Here's Woodfield. Woodfield has it. Woodfield trying hard, trying his heart out. And Mitchell. St. Peters will await a possession. Tell again. That's Kraft into Woodfield. Ross skillfully, as always. Get the ball out of here, Timaru. That's what they need to do. That was power. Having to scramble here in defence, Timaru. Having to shore up. Moment 2-0. Game 2 here on day 3. Anthony, rather nonchalantly, getting that ball to the sideline. Is that Dempster? That's Woodfield. Ross. Okay. Nicely handled by Thomas Linares Fontana. Well done by him. Timaru boys goalie. Put under extreme pressure on a couple of occasions. Nice by Ollie Evans. Here is Robert Alamo. As a footballer, of course, you can't afford to go into your shell. Certainly not what Thomas Linares Fontana has done. Couple that no man on earth could have stopped. That was the corner. And here it is. The shot that Timaru taken here a little wide. They haven't had, honestly, I can't remember them having many opportunities. Take a shot at goal. Just the way it's run. St. Peters have controlled possession, field position. Generally, if you have those two stats on your side, you're in good shape. 2-0, 40th minute. Remember, 35-minute halves. Guys having a run. Time to get rid of guys is when they stop running. Did everything he could. Valiant attempt there by Cohen Hancock. Captain chased that ball very hard. That was the leg break by Theo Anthony. A cricketer as well. A wrist spin bowler as well. I love it. Thomas getting the ball away. Woodfield. That was William Puckey. Saw a lot of him towards the end of the first half. Offside the call there against Reed Anderson, who I think from memory scored a first half goal. Linton. Get this well over halfway would be the mission. Well over halfway, but Timaru, they need some possession. They need to score. If there's any question about that, 2-0. It's not a matter so much of time being a factor, but sometimes you can almost forget what the ball looks like. Don't get it often enough. We don't have Our scoreboard currently is not in use. Score is 2-0. Ball is in play. Sam Power fighting manfully for Timaru. Turnover here, so near so far for Ollie Evans. And St Peters can punish you even though you'd have possession for a little while. If you don't take your chances, good teams will, good opposition. The moment 2-0. St Peters here at English Park, enjoying their day out in the sun. Taylor looks like a player of promise. And these guys are. It's Charlie Paul. Back to Thomas Fontana. The effort being expended here is remarkable. Taylor Hurrell. Hurrell with Anthony all over him. Here's the corner from the left. High ball. Oh, wow! Will you look at that? So Timaru are on the board. Timaru Boys High School will stay with your goal scorer. And why not? That was tremendous stuff from Timaru Boys High School, who are now on the board here in the second half. Sensational stuff. Tried to get a look at that player's shirt number for you. Could not pick it up, but we'll find out, let you know later on. He's just done something pretty important for Timaru Boys. Got them on the board. Now it's 2-1. St Peters still lead. 2-0 was the halftime score. Timaru Boys High School have given the game an injection of life and enthusiasm. Believe that was Connor Leach. Can't confirm that, but it's what we could see. Caleb Woodfield all the way to it looked like Anthony. Okay, oh, a twisting shot there.
Go White, come on now.
2-1. St Peters over Timaru. Timaru with a goal here in the second half, one that they needed. More whistle, referee Hendrick. Crafts on the right touch. Ball into Mitchell. Anthony, clever play, Woodfield. This is clever, constructive play here. Good, skillful football by St Peters. Hipster in trouble in a hole. Pass away to Woodfield. Field goes high. Crafts. Ball into Mitchell. Loose now Ross. And look at Ross. Eyeing up opportunity. That was a Woodfield. St. Peter's still want to take their chances. Leading 2-1. Woodfield. Just seems that the ball is just out of reach. Okay. We wanted to take another shot there, Dempster. I can remember him taking one shot at goal in the first half. Okay. Back with it, Anthony. Oh, now having to give chases at Dempster. Dempster saves it. For a moment, it's going to be allowed to come to nothing. Sam Smythe. That was Anthony. Getting the ball back for Anderson. Anderson from memory scored a goal earlier on. Timaru Boys High School, who with their pluck and fight come back into the contest, scored a second half goal. They've got more and more fight in them. Woodfield finds Dempster. Good play by Harvey Dempster. Dempster skillfully. Lovely play by Dempsey. I was given in 16. Sam Smythe for St. Peter's. Reed Anderson's 13. So Woodfield. Okay, you don't want to play around with the ball in front of your own goal, which it, well, for a moment, that's what Timaru were doing. Now back down to the ground without a lot in front of them. Smythe to get it back. Smythe, good header away to Dempster. Dempster. Can Dempster's sleight of foot get him away from those guys shadowing him like Sir Linton? Some of the big guys. That was fortunately George Anthony going down hard. Reed Anthony. Or rather Theo Anthony. Cruisecrafts. George Anthony, or rather Sam Smythe, sorry. Smythe. Smythe again to make a tackle now, Dempster. And around to try to get to Lamore. Okay, that was Dempster. It was clumsy. It was clumsy there against Ollie Evans and been spoken to. Two, 1. St. Peter's. St. Peter's, their 2-1 lead. Just a couple of moments, not a huge dramatic build-up, but a couple of moments for them. Again, it just doesn't seem to be happening for Timaru. They could turn it around. Turn it around. Get to 2-all. The way that Cohen Hancock has played with a lot of commitment. Influence he's trying to bring to bear, that can and should happen. Hancock wears 11. Here is the corner. Timaru wanting to equalise. Two, 1. In a drawn-out delay. 2-1. And one this morning was a juicy contest. Whangarei boys and St. Thomas's. You support sport, you support kids. I tell you now, you should support these guys because this quality of football, effort that they've made to play, man, this has been a long delay. I wonder why we had it. Sometimes there are administrative considerations, things that have to be taken care of. Sometimes it's a case of a piece of equipment not fitting a player, even an official. Woodfield down the line. Got a chase there, Dempster. Chasing, trying to. Oh, Dempster, if he could have latched onto that. Some loose ball around the place. There is some loose ball around the place, and now Dempster has it. Quickly as anything. Move into business mode. Here is a Ross. Ross was coming. Thomas Linares Fontana. Good stuff. Power. Two, 1. Around about 15 minutes left. Okay. Good stuff. That was Ollie Evans. 2-1. Timaru boys, they're still in the game. They're still in the game. St. Peter's, though, have had so much better the field position and so much more possession. Yet there's still only a goal between these two teams. This game would have a completely different feel were Timaru to draw level. Thomas. Maybe trying to suck in a couple of Thomas defenders. If they turn the ball over, and now St. Thomas will come back at them. And St. Thomas can, or rather, sorry, Timaru can. Alien sheet. Apologies. Linton. Linton from the back. Linton trying to hold St. Peter's at bay. It's everything you can do, isn't it, Ollie Evans? Everything you can do, all the effort, all the heart. Give these guys credit. Timaru down 2-1. Woodfield, Dempster. That's Anthony. Here's Ross. Ross, good ball. Ross has it back now. Young Wizard. Turned it over though. Robert Alamore. Timaru onto the attack. Timaru. Ollie Evans. Players wanted a whistle. Was that a handball? No, players going to continue. Okay. Timaru will continue. They don't mind. Okay. Really wanting this. Desperate now, Timaru. Desperate Timaru. Hancock. Hancock wasn't crudely fouled there by Anthony, but he is on the ground nonetheless. If he can pick himself up, if they can keep going. Timaru with an injection of life for whatever reason the last 90 seconds. 58 minutes gone, remember, 12 minutes to play. Got to draw level. It's what they've got to do. St. Peter's, conversely, bumped off the ball by Linton. Linton holding a couple of guys at bay. Ball off a St. Peter's player. They'll take the corner. Linton, amazing. Couple of smaller players around him. Refused to let them have the ball. Now from the corner. It's St. Peter's 2-1. Timaru, one senses that this is an important period. It is. They just seemed to find some space. There was some snappy passing. Just a sense of urgency. Now 2-1. Linton, that's amazing. Looking there maybe for a Connor Leach in the 4. Timaru trying to fight back here. 2-1 at the moment. St. Peter's well worth their lead. Certainly deserving of it. And we have a flag. So see it you over there on that side, Sean Liu. Kyle McCutcheon paying close attention on this side of the ground. He's been supported, referee Hendrick. Here's Linton now for Timaru. They're going to try to make a run. 60th minute, the 1 hour mark. Time that some players hit the wall, to be honest. Linton got up, got his head to it. Look at the enthusiasm shown there by Charlie Paul. Paul trying to find Linton. Somebody else fell to the floor. Oh, that was Jai Nan taking the shot. To be honest, the ball was wide of the left post. Was wide of goal. Ryan Cole wasn't to know that. Cole going long into the midfield. Seen the odd good header here in this game as well. Tell you what, they are unhappy with that, Timaru. What can you do from the sideline? Again, can I please say the cooperation between the officials, coaches and managers has been excellent. They just let know where it's gone. That was from Woodfield. Dempster in pursuit. Okay. Also there with a boot to it, Yeezy Wing. (2-1), 62 minutes.
Players getting good information. 8 minutes to play. 2-1. St. Peter's, can they add to their lead and put this game to bed? Saw there a moment ago, Yuzi Wang fighting so hard. Here's Dempster fighting hard. Dempster, good strong play. He's been closely marked by Evans. Evans and Dempster and Evans, a good battle down there. Evans has been knocked about today, and I mean that in a positive sense. He's been hammered around today, but every single time he's hit the floor, he's risen and he's shown great quality. I think he's been very committed, shown outstanding commitment. And here he is again. Scrambling the ball down the sideline. Wonderful ball as it's turned out. Almost an opportunity for Jai Nand to take the ball further. Timaru, is there a running chance? If you can hang on for long enough, you can hang in there. Sometimes things can turn around for you. Referee Hendrick with a big whistle. Ross. No one in the game has played better than he has. Been the equal of any Ross. Been very lively. Mind you, having said that, so is Yi Wang of St. Peter's. He's been lively. Jai Nand, he too has been energetic. For Timaru, Six minutes to play. St. Peter's don't really need a shut-up shop here. Got to be thinking in terms of we get a chance to seal the deal, make it 3-1. It's what we should do. Real privilege to watch these guys. Last 3 days. First day for us, we could just inspect the troops. It's Anthony. Really was a prominent figure in the first half. Second half hasn't had so many touches. This is Hancock over there. It is Hancock. Hancock's coming back. Hancock there wanted the ball and made sure that Timaru got it, albeit briefly. Braden Hill. He's another scrapper. Look at this fierce pressure by Ross. Huntsman Lou. 2-1. 66th minute. Timaru down 2-1. One to equalise, goes to penalties. Okay. Under control. Not taken by Mitchell, who scored, from memory, a first half goal. Just trying to think back far enough whether or not he scored the first goal of the first half. 2-1, 66th minute, 4 minutes left. Smythe, ball into Ross. Ross temporarily unaware where the ball had gone. Whistle there from referee Hendrick. St. Peter's captain Luke Mitchell in the 8. This is huge. Mitchell. Curved. Nicely handled there by Thomas Leonardis Fontana. Anthony. Anthony right side of the ground. Anthony. Here's Dempster. Dempster control. Mitchell. High shot. Timaru, from their point of view, they're still in the game. Down 1 at the moment. 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes, we think a lot of things. Here now is Ross. Oh, that was close. Really, really close. Sam Power. Over here to Ollie Evans. Ollie Evans. Ollie Evans is playing inspired football at the moment like a man possessed. Brilliant work there by Alamo. Under pressure. Can St. Peter's hold it together? Linton. Get to Sato Allen. Play a key role. Mitchell. Pretty loose, but has Ross. He could get Ross. Here is Ross. Ross has it, Ross. Beautifully read there. Honestly, that was sensational. Thomas Leonardis Fontana. Robert Alamo hits the ground. Squeals of outrage. Here is a Smythe. Smythe battling with George Anthony. They need to get rid of this, Linton. Mitchell, well handled. Woodfield from the left. Trying to build something up here. Really throwing everything into the chase there. Yeezy Wing. Great-hearted player. You can tell that. He's competitor. Linton. All the way there to Ollie Evans. Woodfield bumped into him. That was Dempster. Haven't seen or heard of or heard from Dempster for a little while. Timaru now with an opportunity. Timaru with a big chance here. Jainan. Jainan Linton. Linton! Oh, wow! And so 2-1. 2-1 St. Peter's over Timaru Boys High School. With the last roll of the dice, Oliver Linton, the big three, took a shot. Strong shot. Would have drawn level. Timaru Boys, no reason that their head should hang. They fought very hard in this game. They made St. Peter's earn it. And St. Peter's, with skill, with deft touch, like Sir Ross, incredible goal scored by Luke Mitchell at the start. They should savour that victory. That victory, that means something. That badge on your chest. What's underneath it? What are you playing for? Who does it matter to? Well, St. Peter's have played with pride, come up with a result, and Luke Mitchell's people have been tested here on Whakata Māori, and they know it. These people are people we could not do without. Caltex, Bailey's, Lotto, Apollo Projects, New Zealand Carbon Farming. They know that all this is for a good cause. All of these kids have come here, playing this tournament, game they love, game and good that these people know, they know, worth getting in behind. Whakata Māori, take a bow. This has been something to be involved in. It really has. And certainly this game, 2-1, Timaru boys, brave and tough. St Peter's out on top.
This is an opportunity that we can't pass up.
Being a rural school, travel is always a huge cost when playing sport at Central Hawke's Bay College. With the funding from Apollo projects, we've been able to lower travel costs to allow more students to participate in secondary school competitions. Where families have more than one child participating in sport and participating in more than one sport, the financial impact can be huge. Thank you to Apollo projects for the huge difference you have made to our students' participation levels in sport.
I just want to thank New Zealand Carbon Farming for taking the initiative and supporting schools like ours.
It's really important they have that outlet to come to kura for another reason other than curriculum, and for some reason in our water our kids just breathe sport, and having that resource here makes life that much more enjoyable and they can keep doing what they're good at.
Having this funding, being able to use it specifically targeting sport is hugely beneficial.
No time to fluff around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay an App to speed on through. Ooh yeah, feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
It's a big thank you to Apollo Projects for providing the funding to have Apollo run this program. Not only for us, but all the other schools. It makes a big difference to get some kids more active. The funding from Apollo has been spread across 14 team trips this year. It's been a big help to them, and they're really appreciative of Apollo for being able to provide it for us.
From us, it's a huge thank you to New Zealand Carbon Farming. The opportunities and the sponsorship that's been provided is pretty crucial for our school.
We're buying new volleyball gear, so volleyball nets, balls and the stands to attach the volleyball nets to the floor. Volleyball is a very popular sport. Kids find it to be fun.
We'd just like to thank you from Tauranga High School. See.
I'd like to say a huge thank you to Apollo for all their support with our sports gear and our surfboards.
So the Apollo Project's sponsorship has been used to help our sports teams with new uniforms, with getting away to different tournaments. The pride on their faces when they see the new uniforms is just amazing. It's really lifted everybody's spirit.
So sponsorship from New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic for our sports teams actually who went away to Tournament Week. We're a community who's driven by sport, but often money and the cost of travel, accommodation and uniform can be a barrier for some of our students. And to come out with a new uniform for a number of sports, particularly our basketball teams who've been away at Nationals, has been uplifting for the students and for our community. The support from Carbon Farming has been wonderful.
Without them, then we wouldn't look like this.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybuys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Catch the next-gen sports superstars.
He's very, very strong.
All power, all action, all drama. Stream it live, ad-free from our secondary school's Winter Tournament. Subscribe now to Māori Active.
This is an opportunity that we can't pass up.
Being a rural school, travel is always a huge cost when playing sport at Central Hawke's Bay College. With the funding from Apollo projects, we've been able to lower travel costs to allow more students to participate in secondary school competitions. Where families have more than one child participating in sport and participating in more than one sport, the financial impact can be huge. Thank you to Apollo projects for the huge difference you have made to our students' participation levels in sport.
I just want to thank New Zealand Carbon Farming for taking the initiative and supporting schools like ours.
It's really important they have that outlet to come to kura for another reason other than curriculum, and for some reason in our water our kids just breathe sport, and having that resource here makes life that much more enjoyable and they can keep doing what they're good at.
Having this funding, being able to use it specifically targeting sport is hugely beneficial.
No time to fluff around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay an App to speed on through. Ooh, yeah. Feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
It's a big thank you to Apollo Projects for providing the funding to have Apollo run this program. Not only for us, but all the other schools. It makes a big difference to get some kids more active. The funding from Apollo has been spread across 14 team trips this year. It's been a big help to them, and they're really appreciative of Apollo for being able to provide it for us.
From us, it's a huge thank you to New Zealand Carbon Farming. The opportunities and the sponsorship that's been provided is pretty crucial for our school.
We're buying new volleyball gear, so volleyball nets, balls and the stands to attach the volleyball nets to the floor. Volleyball is a very popular sport. Kids find it to be fun.
I'd just like to thank you from Tauranga High School. See.
I'd like to say a huge thank you to Apollo for all their support with our sports gear and our surfboards.
So the Apollo Project's sponsorship has been used to help our sports teams with new uniforms, with getting away to different tournaments. The pride on their faces when they see the new uniforms is just amazing. It's really lifted everybody's spirit.
So sponsorship from New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic for our sports teams actually who went away to Tournament Week. We're a community who's driven by sport, but often money and the cost of travel, accommodation and uniform can be a barrier for some of our students. And to come out with a new uniform for a number of sports, particularly our basketball teams who have been away at Nationals, has been uplifting for the students and for our community. The support from the Carbon Farming has been wonderful.
Without them, then we wouldn't look like this.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Catch the next-gen sports superstars.
He's very, very strong.
All power, all action, all drama. Stream it live, ad-free from our secondary school's winter tournament. Subscribe now to Māori Active.
an opportunity that we can't pass up.
Being a rural school, travel is always a huge cost when playing sport at Central Hawke's Bay College. With the funding from polo projects, we've been able to lower travel costs to allow more students to participate in secondary school competitions. Where families have more than one child participating in sport and participating in more than one sport, the financial impact can be huge. Thank you to Apollo Projects for the huge difference you have made to our students' participation levels in sport.
I just want to thank New Zealand Carbon Farming for taking the initiative and supporting schools like ours.
It's really important they have that outlet to come to kura for another reason other than curriculum, and for some reason in our water our kids just breathe sport, and having that resource here makes life that much more enjoyable and they can keep doing what they're good at. Having
this funding, being able to use it specifically targeting sport is hugely beneficial.
No time to fluff around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay and App to speed on through. Ooh, yeah. Feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
It's a big thank you to Apollo Projects for providing the funding to have Apollo run this program. Not only for us, but all the other schools. It makes a big difference to get some kids more active. The funding from Apollo has been spread across 14 team trips this year. It's been a big help to them, and they're really appreciative of Apollo for being able to provide it for us.
From us, it's a huge thank you to New Zealand Carbon Farming. The opportunities and the sponsorship that's been provided is pretty crucial for our school.
We're buying new volleyball gear, so volleyball nets, balls and the stands to attach the volleyball nets to the floor. Volleyball is a very popular sport. Kids find it to be fun.
We'd just like to thank you from Tauranga High School. See.
I'd like to say a huge thank you to Apollo for all their support with our sports gear and our surfboards.
So the Apollo Project's sponsorship has been used to help our sports teams with new uniforms, with getting away to different tournaments. The pride on their faces when they see the new uniforms is just amazing. It's really lifted everybody's spirit.
Hi there everybody and welcome back to English Park here at St Albans in Christchurch and the quarter-finals of this fantastic First 11 football tournament hosted by Mainland and Canterbury Football. Amazing stuff here on Whakata Māori. Hope you're enjoying it. Ben O'Brien Leaf here. Protagonists. After lunch, St Kentigern's College of Auckland, Selwyn College. St Kentigern's in the blue and white. And of course, Selwyn the red and the black. Two teams well led. Henry Jeffrey in goal for Selwyn College. St Kentigern's under the leadership of Ryan Ellis wearing shirt 8. And a moment ago, you saw Stanley Ugov. St Kent's, skillful St Kent's, Reece Christie in the 14. Ryan Mackay, the tall 20, the tall glowering 20. And here comes Reese Christie to throw the ball in. This has been a wonderful tournament to date. The attitude of the players, the teams, the coaches, the managers, the supporters, the officials, administrators, everybody has made a big effort to pull this thing off for the young people involved. They have succeeded. All thrown in by Christie. Expect these teams, St Kentigern and Selwyn College, to compete hard for every advantage, every facet of play. Ball in the air, ball at feet. They'll be at each other in the nicest possible way. St Kentigern's under head coach Mr. Brian Shelley. Andrew Brooks responsible for Selwyn. And the corner, first of the game. Beautifully done. Wonderful by Jeffrey. What a start by Jeffrey for Selwyn. In goal and captain. A myriad of responsibilities. And for his team, quarter final. Is there anything better? Christie again to throw the ball in. It's a tall Selwyn team. Ball there hit Yumi Endo on the looked like the back of the head. What's happening here? Referee Nick Bailey running over to Jeffrey in goal. I wonder how this can have happened. Jeffrey, could he have I mean, he made a great save. He seemed at the time to be all right. Jamie Ward comes over to have a look at the captain, and you know what? This is a real gut check for Selwyn College. I wonder what on earth happened, to be honest. So over there in 12 is Samisi Whakafu. So Samisi and Jamie understandably showing concern for their fallen captain. Selwyn College, these names resonate. Ooze history, Selwyn, St Kitts. And well done to referee Bailey too, onto that situation immediately. That might have taken a second. I mean, he was at halfway watching play unfold. Can Jeffrey continue? Can the captain stay on the field? Are they going to lose their ace goalkeeper? No way. Henry Jeffrey stays where he is. He stays. Christie to throw the ball into play. These players have a heroic quality. A ball bouncing off the back of Lewis Patrick. Now and then, ladies and gentlemen, we take a second to hydrate this mineral water. Ball is in play. Nice work by Mushtaba Syed. St Kitts in control now. Far side, Braden Hills. St Kitts. Blue and white. And very, very capable. We saw that yesterday. Someone get a call their way. Man, that was alarming. Idea that they might lose Jeffrey. Player of his standing and his quality. Mushtaba Syed. Ball is loose now back with St Kitts. Job done by Deshaun Naidu. Ball down the line as quickly as he could. Over to throw the ball in is Amar Mohammed. No, the ball, Mohammed wanted the ball. I thought Mohammed was heading over to make the throw. St Kitts, nice control there for, well, Hugo King. Ball bounces out for Kata Māori. Last 3 days that we've been here, 3 perfect days, this idyllic setting. These people that have been very supportive of the code. Also made our lives a lot easier. Megan Jones and company, just honestly, thank you very much, Joe. Thank you very much to you too. Now with Yumi Endo. Yumi, busy player, wearing feet. Ayusei Okawa and the big guy, Lewis Patrick. See the field well. That's a tremendous advantage over here's Jamie Ward. Jamie Ward. Nice play by Jamie Ward down the line. Good play by Jamie Ward. Boot from a Semesi Whakafu. Well, play continues. Pulled up there by referee Bailey. Flag over there. Kirk Davis. Linesman on this side, Kyle McCutcheon. Selwyn corner. No score, 8th minute. St. Kentigern now having to muscle up. Tall timber at the high post. Looks like Luke Costello. Ball is in the air. Selwyn. Umeendo. It's the big guy, Patrick. Selwyn trying to involve people, get guys running like Umeendo. Tall figure of Costello. Whakata Māori. Picture perfect day here in Christchurch. Goalkeeper Josh Fowler. What do you take from this tournament? Should be the question asked at the end. What are the learnings? I struggle with something like learnings. Well, like, what did you get out of it? Big guy again, Lewis Patrick. Loose ball situation. Patrick there. Made a turn. Looking good there for a moment. Ryan Ellis, the captain. Mohammed. Naidu. And picked that off. Brilliant by Henry Jeffrey. And to think that you could ever take him off the field. There on the left foot. Jeffrey, a big one. Towards halfway. The head to it, Christie. Here now are St. Kitts. Naidu. Down the sideline. Trying to come off the sideline. Ward stuck with him. Selwyn College certainly switched on there in the game, but I must confess, if that was me and that had been my captain, I would have panicked. Just being honest. Moment, no score, 10th minute. Certainly a decent boot on Jeffrey. St. Kitts. There are Naidu going at it with Ward. Ward Naidu. There's a contest to save up. Excellent play. It was Braden Hills. I think Naidu might have fallen over. He slipped at least. Support his own body weight there for a moment. Here's Braden Hills. This has been exciting today. Our third game today, Braden. Apply a little bit of pressure on Mushtaba Syed. For Ryan Mackay. Another tall player. St. Kitts. Controlling possession at the moment. This is Wei Chang. Braden. Exciting times. Action-packed. Jeffrey, wonder if he'll launch another one to halfway. No. Question asked and answered. Moment no score, 12th minute. St Kitts and Selwyn looking at the personnel. You'd expect goals to be scored. We haven't really had an old Western style, Western Sheriff type shoot 'em up Cowboys. You know, we've seen some very good football. Saw 4 goals scored by a player in one game. Another player being attended to here by referee Bailey. Player being looked at as Dishon Naidu. May have taken a little bit of a bump. He's moving to the sideline. I don't know whether or not that means he's off or what the story is, or will play simply continue without him until such time as he can return. Patrick, strongly across the ground. Competitive spirit to Chang. So Selwyn wants that ball, or rather Endo wants it. Going to give chase for it. St Kitts with a head to it. And here now is Chang. Chang on the floor. Mohammed Hills. So St Kitts willing to go back to get some sort of control. Here's Naidu, who's rejoined the fray. Naidu! Now that was close. Too close for comfort if you're Selwyn. 14th minute. Naidu with what seemed to be a hybrid half cross, half shot. No score. 14th minute. Entertaining football. Big left foot of Jeffrey. Jeffrey almost gets it to halfway. And now got a situation where Selwyn want to hang on to it, didn't get close to it, couldn't quite reach it. 15th minute, still no score. Quarterfinal. You know, there's a certain body of opinion that quarterfinals and semi-finals, they can be almost tougher than finals, grand finals, because you want to get there. It's the penultimate match. That is a semi-final. Ball to be thrown in here by Christie. Being watched by Ugov. Christie runs long down the line. Patrick with a header. Ball is in the field of play with Mackay. Selwyn scrambling. Saw a moment ago. Saw Franco. The Hortensio. Metlag scrambling. Naidu. Ahmed Muhammad is 19. 11 is Deshaun Naidu. Muhammad there in pursuit. Jeffrey. 16th minute. No score. Quarterfinal action here at English Park. The players should be grateful for the fact that they've had 3 great days. Days of great weather. That was a night. Okay. You got to call that a shot. That was Ryan Mackay. Jeffrey with boot to ball. This time making it over halfway. Quick touch on that by Hugo King. Earning some praise from those on the sideline. Hills has it. St. Kitts. Big game. Big game for the visiting team. Okay, Hills does well. Hills does well, and that's a first goal. A real blast there from the captain, Ryan Ellis. So magnificent strike. Ryan Ellis there for St. Kentigern's College. Brilliant work. Far side by Hill. Wonderful stuff. Wonderful strike. Ryan Ellis. What a magic moment. Does it mean more if you're the captain? You bet it does. Carry on your back and on your shoulders. All the pressure, all the weight. Yes, it's a team, but in your heart of hearts, you know that you have to play well. Ryan Ellis there with a goal. Right now, there'd be nothing that he'd feel his team can't do. First goal of the quarterfinals, Ryan Ellis. Loose ball situation. That's a Costello back there. Costello. Ball floats upfield. St. Kitts have it again. Doubly dangerous. Twice as nice now they've scored. That's Wee Chang. Back to Christie. Costello. Costello holds. Nice play. Christie, nice play. Excellent play by Christie. Getting a ball through to Mackay. Now across the ground by Ellis. Ellis an 8. Goal scorer. What a thumping strike by Ellis when he scored the first goal of the quarterfinal. They're still riding high on that, St. Kitts. 1 minute, your spirits are low. Next minute is jubilation. Up, down, sideways. Such is sport. Such are the slings and arrows, and heavy is the head that wears the crown. But Ryan Ellis, he should be proud of the fact that his team is on the board. Ellis there competing still. The arch competitor. Nice play there from Syed. Hit on that from Patrick. Everybody looking for the ball. How about that? I don't know whether he meant to do that. Ahmed Mohammed. Sometimes, as much as the fierce competitiveness, these players can have a comical quality as well. Stanley Ugov means business. It's all business. Selwyn, in terms of tempo, the game seems to have slowed down temporarily. Is that Ugov to the floor? Ugov slipping. Maybe some of the players take a little while to get used to the turf. Though I'd imagine that just about all of them, players in this tournament, played on turf at some stage. Okay, this is Ellis again. Ellis. Going to get a pass back. Here's Wee Chang. Here's Christie. Christie, nice interplay. Wee Chang. Wee Chang. Wow. And that hit Franco. Hit him hard there on the head. More it hit him on the head than a header. Chang losing the ball. Excellent work by Okawa. Played by Selwyn's Okawa. Last little while, possession has rested chiefly with St. Kitts. Selwyn College score 1-0. Captain Ryan Ellis of St. Kitts. Tumbling there, Mackay and Patrick. Two strong men going at it. Kyle McCutcheon down there. I think it's important too that these officials, far be it from me to mention it, but obviously kids running the line as young officials also in the middle. See some youngsters in the background playing cricket as well. Here on Whakata Māori, support and encourage all types of physical activity. All types of exercise. Those cultural, sporting activities. Support all of it. Sports Week. Be part of it. Watch it. Have fun. There in the 15 is Adam Muggleston. Look at Mackay over there throwing himself around. Really admire that, the effort. Got to run non-stop. You're here to work. You're running for 5 days. 5 days. Just the thought of it. It's my blood run cold. Okay, that was a pretty good ball there from Naidu. Slammed out by Jamie Ward. Remember, it was Ward and I think Samisi Whakafu that were the first over to their captain when he was on the ground earlier. Seemed to be a problem with Henry Jeffrey. Those guys went straight across. Okay. Ball is in play. Naidu pushing the pass ahead. Braden Hill simply slipped there. That's Patrick. Patrick boots a ball down the sideline. It's obviously St. Kitts. How grateful we are to have good officials. Have guys willing to help. Kirk Davis refereed a good game earlier. Down on the sideline. We haven't seen Kyle in the middle today, Kyle McCutcheon. But everybody that's gotten out there with whistle or flag has done something for this tournament. I have to say also that these players, for many, might see this tournament as a springboard. I think that's great as well. Springboard to more participation, more involvement, more competition. That's what it's all about. Now, with Syed, Stanley Ugov is trying really, really hard. No faulting his effort. Game can turn around for you in a matter of seconds. You start slowly, and by the end of it, be running on all engines. Mackay plays the ball back. This is Ellis, the captain, who scored the first and only goal of the game to date. This is Wee Chang. Wee Chang now to Mackay. Mackay got to save. Mackay there falls over. Desperately boot to ball. Mackay there slipping on the turf, such as it is. So some good play here from Selwyn. Showing some control now, trying to get the ball up to Litchfield on this near sideline. People taking photographs, people enjoying the day, the sun, the atmosphere. Everybody wants to be involved or to take it in. Just drink of the atmosphere. Drink deeply because we've only just started. Stuff there by Christie. Read that situation, that play very well. It's Naidu. Naidu has taken a knock, fallen heavily. Ward has picked up a card. Naidu, though, to his credit, has just gotten back up and started running again. And I think, I'm going to be honest with you, I think that's commendable by Dijon Naidu. He didn't lie there and make a spectacle. He went down hard, got back up. As distinguished from a player who was injured, Ryan Ellis. Can't get over that goal. Unreal. 1-0. Pressure mounts. Mackay, the head of Mackay, and there's Costello letting Jeffrey know he's around. Ball down to Thomas Fitzpatrick. Thomas, nice play here by Selwyn. Good stuff, good play. Franco, down the middle, Selwyn now, unfurl the flag. Selwyn, and the header. Oh, Will Litchfield Hands clasped on head. He knows he was close. They asked the question there, Selwyn. Up until now, to be honest, St Kitts have dominated field position and the ball. Selwyn looked dangerous. They looked to apply pattern. Good passes. Good football. Good play from both teams, but certainly Selwyn there showing what they could do. Given half a chance and some ball. Needing to clear. It's Mackay down the ground. Ward comes towards the ball. That was Patrick. Needing to get the ball out of here. Look at this. Look at the big guy there, Costello. Costello and Fitzpatrick. Okay. Bailey being quite firm there with Costello. Pretty straightforward there, referee Bailey with Costello. He didn't mince his words. 1-0. Important thing with communication is that it goes both ways. Message sent, message received. 29th minute. First half of play, 1-0. St Kitts. Ryan Ellis scored. Oh! Unreal. Well, how was that possible? Thomas Fitzpatrick with the corner. Remarkable stuff. Take that in. Now it's 1-1. Now, Josh Fowler, when I say I thought he had it covered, he's such a good young keeper. And he's been so good to date. I just wondered how it could get past him. Okay, that was Wee Chang still. Enthusiasm. Carry you through all the game stages. 1-1. This is Ellis. Okay, St Kitts back on the attack. Naidu going to save the ball in play. Naidu about to throw the ball in. Mohammed, Naidu. Just couldn't get it back, Naidu. Had bodies in front of him, simple as that. Just couldn't get to it. At the moment, 1-1. 31st minute, remember, 35-minute halves. Aman Mohammed, fronted by Syed. Ellis comes across. Ellis, master and commander out there of a St Kittigan's team. Scored the first goal. Selwyn answered. That's Ellis. That's Costello. Costello has it. Costello, I thought he was trying to lay the ball back for us. This Naidu. No, that was Mohammed actually. Mohammed has it here. Mohammed impressively. Mohammed. Selwyn coming from both sides. Will Litchfield in 9. He got the header on before. It didn't sit. Look at that by Mackay. Mackay, they're trying to ruffle his feathers a little. That's Ellis. Beautifully plucked out of the air by Jeffrey. So, 1-1 here at English Park, quarterfinals. That's what we're doing. This is what it looks like. Tell you what, the difference that a good turf, good facilities makes is you can't imagine it. You know, the result of it, you're inspired to play well. You can play well. Conditions and facilities have a bearing. They're excellent here. And as I said before, none of this happens. Especially, put the word out. Caltex, New Zealand Carbon Farming, Lotto, Apollo. I know Gisborne Boys High School will be very grateful, for their involvement. The enterprise of St. Kitts, Ryan Ellis, scored their first goal. Now it's Selwyn, was Selwyn, now Selwyn. What was briefly Selwyn's is now St. Kitts. And look at the energy here. Umeindo, the 14. Popping back is Fitzpatrick. Selwyn, rustling something up. Ryusei Okawa. Now Jeffrey. This is a little dangerous. There's Patrick back there with his captain. And now Selwyn with the ball. Chance to move it upfield. Syed. Ball away. That was Samisi Whakafu. There's some contact between the players. Play continues, and now it's back with St. Kitts. Where's the ooh? 35th minute. Half-time's almost upon us. Both these teams will just want to hold it together at this point. The time for scoring goals in this half is, yes, they're still playing. You'd be happy to go to half-time 1-1. Nicely by Fowler. Christie finding Chang. Chang, bodies on him. Christie finding themselves for a very brief period, really just for an instant, in a bit of a hole there, Kings. That was Ugov. Just hasn't had too many chances. Dejon Naidu with Aman. Mohammed waiting for the ball. Samisi. Hills, Braden Hills. Powerful, compact player. Impressive player. Naidu, or rather Mohammed. The end of the first half. 1-1. That's the situation here in the quarterfinals. St. Kentigern scored first. Ryan Ellis, their captain. Selwyn College drew level. 1-1 at half-time here on Whakata Māori. Wonderful stuff.
This is an opportunity that we can't pass up.
rural school, travel is always a huge cost when playing sport at Central Hawke's Bay College. With the funding from Apollo projects, we've been able to lower travel costs to allow more students to participate in secondary school competitions. Where families have more than one child participating in sport and participating in more than one sport, the financial impact can be huge. Thank you to Apollo projects for the huge difference you have made to our students' participation levels in sport.
I just want to thank New Zealand Carbon Farming for taking the initiative and supporting schools like ours.
It's really important they have that outlet to come to kura for another reason other than curriculum, and for some reason in our water our kids just breathe sport, and having that resource here makes life that much more enjoyable and they can keep doing what they're good at.
Having this funding, being able to use it specifically targeting sport is hugely beneficial.
No time to fluff around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay an App to speed on through. Ooh yeah, feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
It's a big thank you to Apollo Projects for providing the funding to have Apollo run this program. Not only for us, but all the other schools. It makes a big difference to get some kids more active. The funding from Apollo has been spread across 14 team trips this year. It's been a big help to them, and they're really appreciative of Apollo for being able to provide it for us.
From us, it's a huge thank you to New Zealand Carbon Farming. The opportunities and the sponsorship that's been provided is pretty crucial for our school.
We're buying new volleyball gear, so volleyball nets, balls and the stands to attach the volleyball nets to the floor. Volleyball is a very popular sport. Kids find it to be fun.
We'd just like to thank you from Tauranga High School. See.
I'd like to say a huge thank you to Apollo for all their support with our sports gear and our surfboards.
So the Apollo Project's sponsorship has been used to help our sports teams with new uniforms, with getting away to different tournaments. The pride on their faces when they see the new uniforms is just amazing. It's really lifted everybody's spirit.
So the sponsorship from New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic for our sports teams actually who went away to tournament week. We're a community who's driven by sport, but often money and the cost of travel, accommodation and uniform can be a barrier for some of our students. And to come out with a new uniform for a number of sports, particularly our basketball teams who've been away at nationals, has been uplifting for the students and for our community. The support from the Carbon Farming has been wonderful.
Without them, then we wouldn't look like this.
Want to catch a fuel bargain?
Kia ora everyone, welcome back. Whakata Māori, our live coverage of this incredible football. Boys Premier First 11 football from English Parks and Albans in Christchurch. Magnificent city, magnificent heritage. Ben O'Brien Leaf here with you, quarterfinals. Here on day 3. St Kentigern's Ryan Ellis struck the first blow. Selwyn College hit right back. 1-1. 35 minutes to play. Match referee Nick Bailey, Kirk Davis, Kyle McCutcheon, his linesman. McCutcheon on this side. Selwyn in the black and red. From left to right of your screen, St Kit's blue and white from right to left. So a lot of enthusiastic action. This is Braden Hills. Braden Hills playing the ball back for look to be Ellis. Coming forward to apply some pressure. Samisi Whakafu. That was Naidu, went down at one stage in the first half. It's Inya. Endo, Yumi Endo. Selwyn. Patrick. Ward. Hills. Loose ball situation. Samisi Whakafu being encouraged to play in a committed fashion. That's what that means. Guy goes down. Heard someone tell him that that was good. What they're referring to is the idea that he commits himself, and in the air he competes. The supporters, the fans that are here, they're very knowledgeable people. And they've been behind these guys doing nothing but good things on the field, enhancing their reputations, leaving people good memories. Do you remember this player? Truth is that many years from now, they'll probably remember in some ways the way you play the game, as opposed to every skill you had or trophy you won. And battling over there for possession, we hang. Selwyn looking for the ball, wanting it. Saw Hugo King with a boot to ball a moment ago. Selwyn trying to get something going. Good effort here. Good effort by Ugov. Despite the fact that he hasn't had a lot of ball. Here comes Mackay. Mackay stretching out here. Mackay, Ryan Mackay. Mackay. Excellent tackle by Lewis Patrick, taking the ball from him. Good ball down the line as well. You know, Mackay did really well there, and a good ball to go with it. Zest and enthusiasm. Zest and enthusiasm of linesman Kirk Davis. Not lost on anyone. See these officials don't just do a game and then go home. They stay. They're here for the duration. They all want to see the best football played, irrespective of who wins this game or the tournament. Not here for that. They're here to do what they can to facilitate it and to be involved, to be honest. Just to be there. Have a reason to be there. So Kent's good control. This is Ellis. Ellis, who can do more than just score, can create. And it is a fight. Don't forget, it's also a fight. That's a Chang. Now Ellis. Ellis has the ball. Crowd comes to life. A murmur in the stand. Sometimes you see a young player and you warm to him. The crowd warms to him because of his effort. Football people are no mugs. They know the real trier. It's what Ellis is. All these guys are to a certain extent. It was Jeffrey a moment ago, and Cho. Here, these guys over here, Braden Hills wants the ball. He's screaming for the ball. Costello now finds out Braden Hills had to come back a long way to get the ball. Whatever space there might have been may have evaporated. Franco hits the ground there. Mackay accidentally gave him a nudge. As happens. Ellis. Now Hills. Ball on the move. Left side of the ground. Naidu to break through. I thought for a moment Naidu had managed to get by a couple of defenders to split those defenders in effect. Ryan Ellis, St. Kentigern's College. Wonderful. Wonderful tradition in many sports. Taking the African Ellis to the back post. It's a loose ball situation. Where is it? In the hands of Jeffrey. Head bowed in supplication maybe, but emerges victorious with the ball. All in a day's work. Henry Jeffrey. All rolled up there like a tortoise. Good effort actually from Jeffrey. You know, that wasn't, honestly, that wasn't your normal glide and save. Ball bounced back and forth between heads, hands, hips. Selwyn came back into the game late in the first half with a goal. Play from Franco. Ferrando in 14. St. Kitts. Sells under pressure and had a couple of purple patches. Here's Franco against Selwyn did, where they were able to string some passes together. Not for long periods, but they were able to. That was, I wonder what happened to Costello. He fell over. Maybe he slipped. See, one or two players slipped today. Hugo bears witness. Ball saved in. Everybody's got an opinion. Okay. And that's a yellow card. And Thomas Fitzpatrick picked that up. Can't complain at all about any of the doings on the field of play or offered at this tournament. Teams' interaction on and off the field has been very positive. And people close to the teams tell me as much. St. Kentigern's, now one of their players goes to the floor. This play continues here. That was a Hugo King. Still hear from a referee Bailey. Okay. Having to, there is a time that you have to deal with players in a very forthright manner, which is what referee Bailey has done. There's nothing at all wrong with what he's done. He's just told people straight what they need to know at that time. Ellis. Zugov. Okay, that's another lovely save there by Jeffrey, who's covered himself in glory. All the right reasons. Jeffrey has bounced back from what seemed to be a little bump early in the game. Loose ball situation. Over here, Naidu wears 11. Naidu, guarded by Samisi. He's got to try and get rid of everybody else. Braden. Ball out of a Selwyn player. Ellis. These coaches, Mr. Shelley and Mr. Brooks, have got these players at a very important stage in their footballing careers. When I say careers, I don't mean they're going to be professional footballers, all of them. Just mean the stage of their football development. Make good guys good young men, help them on their journey to become good men. This one may go against Will Litchfield. Well, referee Bailey has, you know what he's done? He's given the same message, consistency of message to all the players. This player, that player, and I think one or two other players. So it's the consistency the players are looking for. They've got it with referee Bailey. Look at Will Litchfield now, he's coming. And the hounds of the hot place are coming with him. Here's Litchfield, down to Golf. I love the emphatic gesture though. I mean, that's it. You've got verbal and non-verbal communication. It's good. Selwyn. No, to be honest, I tease a little, but those guys, those officials, those referees are gold. Need more of them, not fewer. And it's not easy to control these guys out there. Got 22 different opinions on the pitch, and Lord only knows how many nearby. What was it Shakespeare said about being subject to the breath of every man? Look at Jeffrey over there, stalking around in the in goal, looking skyward, looking down, shaking his head. Made some stops. 1-1. Swig. Magnificent. I heard a story the other night. A youngster actually, a young goalkeeper actually, local goalkeeper, actually filled himself in goal. You know, his stops and his saves, his wins and his misses. I think that's magnificent. Had anything like that nowadays. Those of us who played the game, and certainly not those of us who didn't. Here's Naidu, got the ball from Hills. Naidu holds. Naidu, Mackay back to Naidu. Naidu to work a miracle. Naidu got it. He got it. Naidu. That is marvellous by Dejon Naidu. He held his composure. He held his nerve. And placed the ball beautifully. Gets a pat on the head from Costello as well. Naidu scores a memorable goal. And one that, wow, he had so little room to work in. You know what I mean? He had virtually no room to work in. Naidu did it though. I love the way in this country lads do something outstanding, and they want to jump for joy, but it's frowned upon. So instead, they look grim and jog back over halfway. Maybe it's just the New Zealand way, I don't know. But kata Māori, all the fun of the fair. Naidu, not going to say something from nothing, but man, did he ever take his opportunity then. Boy, oh boy, Naidu. Sometimes you just have to do it. To me, to be Mackay now, Naidu again. Naidu, Ward. Ward not there as a passive observer. They thought that they had him covered. And I can understand why. Naidu wriggled free. The smallest window of opportunity. Well, not going to forget that in a hurry. Throw the ball in as Hills. Here's Naidu again. Naidu, wow, St Kitts now. Attacking the goal. Again, I think it was Semesi Whakafu trying to cover Naidu. Rather than come back and say, well, I should have done this or should have done that. No way. Sometimes somebody just does something brilliant and you did all you could to stop it and you just can't stop it, and that's just how it is. It's nobody's fault. You can't plan against it. Human factor and intangible. It's what it is. Bailey. I'm enjoying the strong style of referee Bailey, to be honest. Makes a signal. He signals clearly. Quite a commanding presence. Ball to be thrown in by Ward. Ward. It's taking a long time here, Ward. Well, it's not Ward taking a long time. It's taking a long time. Whatever it is. Ward about to throw the ball in. 2-1 St. Kitts. Naidu goal. Ellis goal. Okay, that's Ellis there. Okay, and on the head for a moment of Franco. Now the big guy, Patrick, across the ground. You know, that pass just a metre this way or that. Yume Endo. Yume Endo with a lot of enthusiasm too. Hallmark of his game. You know, what are his attributes as a player? Enthusiasm, energy, desire, those sorts of things. They count for something. It's a wonderful game of football here on Whakaata Māori. Oh, gee, that would have hurt, Naidu. Stretch it out with that right leg. Leg's not meant to move into that position. 2-1. Here's Ward. Ward, fearsome stuff. Now giving chases to Litchfield. And they're off the head of the unsuspecting Hui Chang. Endo. Good save. Josh Fowler. Josh Fowler, you've got a, it's a, I'm not going to say it's a dream state, but for long periods, not much happens. Selwyn there with the aggressive header. Maybe that's the right way to go. Here now is Naidu again. Well balanced. Skillful. Linesman Davis on that side. Service to the game, much appreciated. I think we've got 2 more days of this Naidu. That's wonderful stuff. Ward and company, here's a Samisi. Whakafu. Just the difference is inches, you know, between a great ball and, you know, a pass that goes askew. Look at Samisi trying to get close to it. Hills, I think, hit the deck. Hills sorting out a shoelace, assume. Hills there landed flat on his stomach there. Tying the shoelace, sorting himself out. If he come off the top rope. But again, the character of these people. Not playing to the referee, not playing to the crowd, not playing to the gallery. With a fierce passion, but also decency. Good stuff. Hills down the ground. Ward. Ward means business. Well, look at Ward go at it. Look at Ward go after it. Ward's got it down the line. Oh, crummy luck. Tell you what, Ward, and there's linesman McCutcheon. Down there on the sideline. Ward certainly got our respect. Tried heck of a hard. All of these guys have. Quarterfinals, no laughing matter. 2-1 at the moment, St. Kitts. Remember, 35-minute halves. And so here, 55 minutes gone. Got a quarter of an hour in which to do something. Got to make a play. It's got to be soon. Got to be shortly. Almost got to be now. Look at Ward. Guys have toiled this season. Every single first 11. In tough competitions. Ward looking distinctly unimpressed over here on the sideline. Waiting for reserves to get out. Ward. Heard someone in the ear of these Selwyn players about how close they need to be to get the ball from Ward. They are asking him to make a mighty throw. Not easy to do. That was Ellis getting the ball across to Ralph Rutherford on in 18. That colourful footwear. Okay. And back to Fowler. Fowler sees the oncoming storm. And here in 8, Franco. Now Selwyn. Ben Perez Baldoni. Fowler flops on the ball again. He is relieved. More relief than elation. Umayendo at 14, one to watch. St. Kentigern now around about 12 and a bit minutes to play to maintain that lead or build on it as far as they're concerned. And St. Kitts, that's a lovely ball. What can they do with it, St. Kitts? What can they make of it? Wee Chang. Here now is Naidu. Naidu is run over now. Referee Bailey has made it clear. Crossed his arms and told players no more. So there may be consequences. Ryan Ellis, captain of St. Kentigern's. Wee Chang near him. Ryan Ellis. We are now in the 59th minute. Remember, we're not the be-all and end-all. Nick Bailey, referee Bailey, will decide how much time remains. Naidu has been in the wars, knocked about, but has also tasted sweet success. Form of a goal he's played. Guys get onto the field here at English Park. Appropriately named. Love of the beautiful game. Hey, Bailey. Inspecting personnel. Ellis. He's ready to go. Ellis goes to Naidu. Naidu crosses. Oh, beautifully done. Wonderfully done, Ralph Rutherford. They conspired there, the captain and Naidu. Ellis to Naidu, then inside to Rutherford. And Rutherford, he makes it count, made it stick. Rutherford there, what a moment. Got to be pleased for him. The captain and Naidu worked that whole thing out. It's not just by accident or chance that something like that takes place. The captain with a push to Naidu to his left. Naidu getting the ball in, and then Rutherford. All he had to do was make good contact. That's exactly what he did. Now 3-1 in favour of St. Kitts. Those 3 goals, not to be forgotten. Fowler, unimpressed by the big Selwyn chase. They're still in it. They've got time. They've got 10 minutes. Hope springs eternal. Franco in the middle. Still trying hard. Ben Perez Baldoni. 13. Try and get something else going here, St. Kitts. Lead 3-1. No longer, well, never did have to chase the game. Ball there with McLaughlin. McLaughlin on the sideline. McLaughlin bumped there by Naidu. Rutherford did very well to put that ball in the back of the net. But this being a team game, it's only appropriate. Captain Ellis, quick thinking, and did what he needed to do quickly. Naidu, he was accurate. Just a wonderful thing to watch. Just a marvel, just to be able to appreciate that. 3-1 now, St. Kitts. Times a half for Selwyn. They've got 8 minutes to do something here in the quarterfinals. Tell you what, Ward, though, is not wasting any time at all. Ward gets the ball into Yugov. Ball is still loose. Costello there jumped over the ball. And this is where Selwyn need to do these things, do what they need to do quickly. Time counts down. (3-1). St. Kennigan's over Selwyn College. Selwyn come up with another goal. No, unfortunately not. Selwyn have not given up. They believe, as you have to, while time remains, where there's a will, there's a way. That's the way you got to think if you're Selwyn at the moment. If you're down by 2, we get one more, then we get one more. Then we get one more. All over the head there of Liam McLaughlin. Certainly committed. Ward wants it. Mind you, what Ward wants and what Ward gets are two different things. Up comes Hills to throw the ball in. Hills goes deep. Nice play there from Hui Chang. The ball hitting Liam McLaughlin up high. Hills has it. Hills, McLaughlin, nice play by McLaughlin. Saw Jack Brown a minute ago, now he's on the ground. Here's Rutherford, who scored the last goal. Rutherford scored the last goal for St. Kitts. Oh, wow, the captain! Oh, the captain there with another shot. What a shot! Ryan Ellis. Ryan Ellis' predatory instinct kicked in. He had the ball at his feet. Took a shot at goal. Loving this. That's a Yugov. What did I do? I didn't do anything. Yugov has tried really hard. Ellis, 3-1, teams up. Selwyn trying to keep St. Kitts out of their net. Yugov is stripped of the ball now. Yugov has it back. Yugov there, and I feel for Yugov there. Okay. Ball with Action Show. They want this one at the expense of Hills. They got it. Ward throws the ball down the line. Now they've got to get chasing. Here's Litchfield. Litchfield sliding. You lose a little skin. You're still breathing. That's the way you got to see it. There's no other way to look at it but that. It's the throw in from Hills. Hear them calling out to a Franco Diortenzio Metlag. And here, well, in 13 for a moment, there was Ben Perez Baldoni. Baldoni there with a monkey roll. 3-1 at the moment. Declan Corbett out there now. 66th minute. 4 minutes to play. St. Kentigern, 3-1 leaders. Selwyn College would have come back. Draw level here. It would be amazing. Against the run of play, taking nothing away from their effort. Patrick with a long ball. This is Liam McLaughlin. McLaughlin trying to do something special here. Franco Di Ortenzio Metlag. Now the strike from the left foot. They're knocking it away there, Fowler. '67th minute. Wonderful too. I don't know whether or not you picked that up a moment ago, but we had some wonderful people, obviously grandparents, here to take in their sons and his team's activities. Emphasis, teams. Grandsons and teams activities. Whatever it is, it's a wonderful thing about Whakata Māori too in the sports coverage that we bring you, youth sports coverage. It is about the development of the individual, and there are certain support mechanisms that really assist that, supportive, parents, grandparents, family, just people who are around you, guide you, teach you, humour you, suffer you at times. 3-1, St. Kitts. They may well, at this point, have done enough. They have been made to work for it. That 3-1, you know, it takes two to tango, and that's you go off there trying to get boot to ball. Selwyn have been brave and competitive. That's not a platitude. They have, likes of Litchfield. You know, Patrick, the big guy's gotten around Henry Jeffrey in goal. Looked like he sustained a knock early, but wouldn't go. Ben Perez Baldoni, gritty up front. Is this an opportunity here for Litchfield? Okay, Ellis. Got a ball down to, well, that was Corbin a moment ago. Rutherford. He wants to get near it. No, there's no control out there at the moment. Loose ball situation. Hot potato. Hot potato time at the moment. Okay, Franco. Franco! Look at the new batch over there. Got a couple of teams who mean business. They're all business, ready to do battle. Rosmedia College, Sacred Heart College. Two powerhouses. Down to halfway. Selwyn trying to get the ball to feet. You look back on it, if this pass had stuck, if we'd scored here, if he hadn't gone off, those permutations, those considerations drive you mad if you sat too long, doing nothing but think about what might have been. Life is for living. That's what we say here on Whakata Māori, our coverage of this sports week. Have fun, give it all, and when it's done, let it go. That tackle there by Declan Corbett. Look at Declan. Look at him give chase. Like a mad thing, I love it. Love that energy. Trying hard there, Jack Brown. Jack Brown, valiant effort by Jack Brown. Rutherford. Rutherford. Ball down the ground. Rutherford has it back. Rutherford drops it back. Braden Hills. And that's it. 3-1. The Ryan Ellis led, Brian Shelley coached, St. Kentigern's College have beaten Selwyn 3-1. Tremendous second half performance. Ellis a hand in the scoring of the last goal. Fantastic goal. Linesman McCutcheon over here shaking hands with the players, as also, no doubt, will Kirk Davis and Nick Bailey, the referee, whose patience was sorely tested at times by these guys who play the game with every fibre of their being, straining for an advantage. Here on Whakata Māori, you know, we sit in awe. They're the wonderful sponsors: Caltex, Bailey's, Lotto, Apollo Projects, New Zealand Carbon Farming. As I said, that, you know, the teams behind the teams. It's probably the best way to put it. 3-1, St Kennigan's through to the semis.
This is an opportunity that we can't pass up.
Ladies and gentlemen,
this isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to go now. We're going once, we're going twice, no more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
I just want to thank New Zealand Carbon Farming for taking the initiative and supporting schools like ours.
It's really important they have that outlet to come to kura for another reason other than curriculum, and for some reason in our water our kids just breathe sport, and having that resource here makes life that much more enjoyable and they can keep doing what they're good at.
Having this funding, being able to use it specifically targeting sport is hugely beneficial.
It's a big thank you to Apollo Projects for providing the funding to have Apollo run this program. Not only for us, but all the other schools. It makes a big difference to get some kids more active. The funding from Apollo has been spread across 14 team trips this year. It's been a big help to them, and they're really appreciative of Apollo for being able to provide it for us.
From us, it's a huge thank you to New Zealand Carbon Farming. The opportunities and the sponsorship that's been provided is pretty crucial for our school.
We're buying new volleyball gear, so volleyball nets, balls and the stands to attach the volleyball nets to the floor. Volleyball is a very popular sport. Kids find it to be fun.
We'd just like to thank you from Tauranga High School. See.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
We found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
So sponsorship from New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic for our sports teams actually who went away to Tournament Week. We're a community who's driven by sport, but often money and the cost of travel, accommodation and uniform can be a barrier for some of our students. And to come out with a new uniform for a number of sports, particularly our basketball teams who've been away at nationals, has been uplifting for the students and for our community. The support from Carbon Farming has been wonderful.
Without them, then we wouldn't look like this.
Catch the next-gen sports superstars.
He's very, very strong.
All power, all action, all drama. Stream it live, ad-free from our secondary school's winter tournament. Subscribe now to Māori Active.
Well, we're back. English Parks at Albans Christchurch for Kata Māori and our coverage of the quarterfinals of the Boys Football First 11 Premiership. Two great schools, Rosmini and Sacred Heart. Rosmini in the red, Sacred Heart in the blue. Get ready, because this could be a really scrummy battle. I think it's going to be. Our match officials, Sean Liu, referee, linesman Jan Hendrick, and Andre Guimarius. So those are the three guys in charge of this game today, this quarterfinal, the second one we've had. As you've just seen, quarterfinal action is extremely exciting. Incredible fair. Last one, St. Kitts against Selwyn College. St. Kitts through to the semis. Through to the semis. Sean Liu. What are the things that run through a referee's mind when he's out there? He's done his preparation, knows his law, knows his linesmen, spoken to them, had a word to the captains of these teams. Dylan, Sahankaya, Rosmini, where's 4? We're playing from right to left, from left to right. Sacred Heart College in the blue, led by Ashton Kneebone. Goalkeepers for Sacred Heart, Lucas Duncan. For Rosmini, Jack McEwen. Those are just 4 of the active participants. Quarter-final football. Knockout stage. Referee Liu in control. Rosmini start with the ball. White-red Rosmini. Blue Sacred Heart. Rosmini looking to build from the back. A glimpse there just a moment ago of a James Marshall. That was Ollie Hawkey. And here is Caleb Moosebally. Here's an early opportunity, if you can call it that, for Sacred Heart. And yes, in the back of the net. Magnificent stuff. What a start for Sacred Heart. What a start for Sacred Heart. We'd only just started. We'd barely started. And Sacred Heart with an incredible beginning to this game. Is that Will Pepper in 16? Unreal. So the shock start, Sacred Heart. We're all still gathering our thoughts. We're all still collecting ourselves. They lost no time, Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart with a wonderful, wonderful start. Dream start for Dylan. Sahankaya's team. Magic. Simply magic. Sam McKee. Okay, and that's a cross too. That was Jacob Smith. They look sharp, Sacred Heart. Neither of these teams lack for motivation, but in terms of an aggressive, fast start, that was it. Tough sometimes to see these players from the back. I got Will Pepper in 16. I stand to be corrected. Happy to be corrected. It was a Jacob Smith. Excellent control first up from Sacred Heart. This is Nicholas Rooney. Rooney has it now. Rooney playing it back to Duncan. Composed team, Sacred Heart. You can understand why. That start of starts. We have, well, I've got a 26, which is Riley Dalziel. I don't have a 36. I'll have a closer look at that shirt as well. That's some incredible start. Rosmini. Both teams will need to be accurate, but obviously from the looks of Sacred Heart, the way they've begun this game, they are going to be aggressive and forceful. Throwing the ball into play, Ollie Hawkey. Rooney is the 14 in the blue. Okay, play back by Mitchell to Duncan. Chasing hard here, Ashton Kneebone, captain for Sacred Heart. Was a good effort there, Jack Gillum. Would not let Kneebone get near the ball. Rosmini goalie, Jack McEwen. Rosmini haven't had a lot of ball, but it looks as if it's going to be physical if Sacred Heart get to play it the way they want to. Referee Lou. Rosmini. It's not satisfactory to referee Lou. Okay. On this side is Jack Gillum. Gillum had the ball, bumped Kneebone away. Now Kneebone gives chase. Kneebone to save it. Kneebone saves. Saw Harrison Lloyd a second ago. It's Caleb Moosbally. Sacred Heart, that's Moosbally. Wide to the left. Rosmini would not be shell-shocked by the strong start from Sacred Heart College, but certainly lets you know that they're around. 1-0. Footer, cute. So Rosmini, for the first time today, asking a question or two. This is Lucas Duncan. Sacred Heart, blue and red strip. Ball with Moosbally, took the last shot at goal. Little off balance. Duncan. What can they create here, Sacred Heart? We know what they can generate. They're on the board. Queries there about a handball. Not in the affirmative from referee Lou. Kneebone. Found James Mitchell. Nice from Harrison Lloyd. Very skillful young player. Rosmini, like that good touch. sometimes be a tough game, football. Oh, and the save. Well, the first shot, the strongest shot from Ashton Kneebone. Saved by McEwen. Credit McEwen. One 0. 9th minute for Katamari. Our live coverage of the quarterfinals. They are exciting games. Lucas Duncan. Sacred Heart. Ashton Kneebone's crew. They look up for it. Up for a performance. Nice ball from Lloyd. Well, there, Riley Dalziel. Yes, he is 36 as opposed to 26. Rosmini. Their every move, their every action being watched very closely by their opposites. We now see Kneebone. Kneebone getting the ball away. Moment ago to Oscar Hall Delgado. First goal of the game scored from an angle very similar to that. Left side of the ground. Ten minutes in. Remember, maximum of 70 minutes regulation time. Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart with pretty good control at the moment. Haley Moose-Bally trying to find teammates. Ollie Hawkey, 5 seconds back. Kneebone. Let's play. Let's play by James Marshall. William Lundy wears the 6. Marshall. Jack Gillum. He's an 8. Gillum. They're asking for handball there, Osmini. If there was such a thing, it was missed by both the linesman and the referee. I find that hard to believe. Mr. Lou's very solid. Spally down the line. Haven't seen Sacred Heart play to the extremities too often. Had the ball back off a turnover a moment ago. Truth is, at all levels, you don't really want to be turning the ball over a lot. Costs you rhythm, And with that, cost you a little confidence. Try and retain possession. Here's James Marshall. In the 14th minute of play. Referee Lou having a word. Kneebone with his back to us. Floated a little bit wide there from Marshall. Nice from Kneebone. Referee Lou could have quite the fiery battle on his hands. Take a moment to just watch this game for a second, watch really hard. 1-0 Sacred Heart lead. It's going to be fast. Whoa! What a good save! Guys putting their hands together. 1-0 Rosmini. Down by 1. Corner Rosmini. Trailing by 1. Will Lundy is the 6. Mateo Roa, the 10. Rosmini. Here's Lundy, the 6. Lined it up, took a shot. Left foot. Rosmini. Making a run, but losing the ball. Big whistle there from referee Lou. Wonder what that was for. Sacred Heart. There, man, Lucas Duncan. All down the middle, good ball. Just need to bring that sort of thing under control, Sacred Heart. As it is, couldn't hold on to it. And Dylan, Sahankaya, tried. It's James Mitchell. Pass across the field then. Strong action can unfold at any time. Saw in the previous game, quiet patches, then all of a sudden roared to life. Rosmini down 1. Sacred Heart scored. Rosmini have it now. That was Marshall a moment ago. Now Rosmini and a little bit of roughhouse. Matian Roa, like tumbleweed. Got a bump. Seen skating across the artificial turf here at English Park. Laid down around about 12 years ago now. And due in short order for an upgrade. Give an excellent service. Rosmini. Try and equalise. Can they do it? Don't have the ball now. And it's hard for them to strip the Sacred Heart team of the ball. Sacred Heart are a savvy, tough team. Tell that by looking at these guys. It's the way they carry themselves on the field. You're a hard nut to crack. That's the truth. Loose ball situation. Loose ball situation indeed. Nobody wanted the ball. Rosmini, to a certain extent, in that situation, survived. Nobody communicated. Nobody wanted the ball. Mind you, communication is picked up and improved. Wow. Okay, Caleb Musbali taking a couple of shots. Ball down the line. Rosmini now. Chance to run on the ball. Run onto it. Score. Coming to the left there, Marshall. Marshall back to the middle now, back to the left. Marshall trying to get around Ollie Hawkey. Hawkey, good defensive play by Hawkey. That's a grand effort by Hawkey to contain him. Throw from Gillum. Taken by Sacred Heart, but a whistle. Mr. Lou. 21st minute of play. I will never get used to that situation where players fiddle with the ball in front of their own goal. Whether or not the opposition is anywhere around it. Okay, that was Kneebone. They need to clear here, Rosmini. Sacred Heart have it. Okay, that may have looked a little crude there against Lockie O'Grady. Grady got as big a push from his teammate Will Pepper. I said to you a long time ago that I thought Pepper scored the first goal. Just a little tough with the setup here to be 100% sure. Pepper there planting both fists in the middle of the big guy's chest and sending him 1-0. Sacred. There is the wall. 23rd minute. Wow. Sacred. Can they make it 2-0? Rosmini hold him out. This would be significant if Rosmini can. Rosmini held it together. They held it together. James Marshall. Speculative. Loose ball situation. Turned it over there. Oscar Hall Delgado had it for a moment. Rosmini showing up. Showing some real courage. Not to allow it to get to 2-0, but they are dicing with death here. Hall Delgado now. Hall Delgado has the ball taken from him. Closest to the ball now is Nicholas Rooney. Where's James Mitchell in the 6th? He could do with it. It was Rooney. Here now is Kneeburn. Kneeburn runs. Beats a couple of guys. The ball security at the moment. That's the issue. Marshall. Ashton Kneeburn. Rosmini down 1. Sacred Heart College. Struck once, Rooney. Again laying the ball back. This is beyond patience. This really is a strategy here from Sacred Heart. Try and keep the ball away from Rosmini. Player has gone down. The referee is at the moment unconcerned with it. See a lot of helping hands, a lot of grabbing out there. Here's Marshall. Marshall, a shot. Marshall. Good play there from Rosmini, baring their teeth, putting a shot at goal up. Just to keep a little bit of pressure on our Sacred Heart. It's what they must do. Dalziel wearing, I think, 36. But in fact, is wearing 36. He wants the ball. He wanted it quickly. He did get the ball, but not quickly. One 0. Business could be about to pick up. Sacred Heart leading by 1-0. That's a lovely ball. Rosmini do not want to muck about with the ball in their own half. Nice ball. Nice ball, good passer, Marshall, skillful. And now Sacred Heart turn the ball over. Once more, Marshall. Marshall trying to get the ball to William Lundy. Down again, Dalziel. Harrison Lloyd. Nicely. Good skills there from Carlos Stulic. Pushing hard over there, Cash Boric. Sacred Heart College with their 1-goal lead. Rooney, where's the 14 for a Sacred Heart? 28th minute now. Sacred. 29th minute. This quarter-final, very different proposition from the first one we saw here earlier today. This much more a game of chess. Rooney. Last one was fire and brimstone. Rooney back to Duncan. Both teams are looking for an opening at the moment. One gets the feeling that Marshall in the 7 for Rosmini could do something. He may have to. Rosmini want the ball, they have it in point of fact. Rosmini have it and the opportunity to make a break. Have seen players a little bit shirt grabbing today, pushing off with the arms. Rosmini, skillful Marshall. Marshall, not a bad ball. No one else is interested. Nobody else is interested. Last 5 minutes of the first half of this quarter-final here on Whakata Māori. I'd suggest everybody needs to watch these next 5 minutes very, very closely. So those scores only 1-0. Sacred Heart lead Rosmini. Rosmini have from time to time looked dangerous. In particular, Marshall on this left side of the ground. Duncan now, Sacred Heart. They get moving. He wanted the ball so badly there, Kneebone. That one-on-one against Jack McEwen. Don't take your eyes off the next 5 minutes of this game because it's towards breaks. Some concentrate hard and some concentration snaps. Marshall could play it, got to try and save that. Was the ball out? Yes, it's been ruled out there by referee Lou. Rosmini a little despondent there. Matiaroa. Hey, they're okay. They're down 1. 1-0. Are going to have to work to get that goal back. Now with 3 minutes to play. 3 minutes to play, only 3 minutes to play, but a lot on the line. Rosmini. Marshall now. Getting to the left, Marshall. Being hunted by Ollie Hawkey. Wow, lifted the foot up there. Took a shot, did William Lundy. I think that might be Lundy's second shot at goal. 1-0. Yeah, good work there by Lucas Duncan. You can see Rosmini players all over the place. Not about to risk turning the ball over to them. Not at this stage. Only 2 minutes left to play in the first half. Man, is he battling Dalziel. Dalziel versus Jacob Smith. It has been strong stuff. 1-0. 33rd minute of play, Dalziel finally Finally, Dalziel being grabbed here around the tummy. Dalziel. Rosmini down by 1. Needing the ball, wanting it. That's a Rooney. Rooney, good play. Is somebody from one of these teams going to try and really do something before the end of the half, or just get to the sheds? The score as it is 1-0. I suppose from Rosmini's point of view, try to do something that doesn't come off, go to the break 2-0 down. Were they to score, just give the game, certainly the first half, a different feel to it. 1-0. Okay, you can see guys slipping, hitting the ground, being bumped. Oh, he came close. Oh, man, he came close. Boy, that was the big moment towards the end of the first half. Funny, I was just thinking about lost and found, and there he was. Brilliant shot there by James Marshall. Hilariously, we were just mistaken for lost and found. 1-0. Marshall with coming as close as any. Coming as close as any Rosmini player had to scoring. 1-0. And he was serious. No doubt about that. Moment 1-0 here on Whakata Māori. Sacred Heart here in the quarterfinals. 1-0 over Rosmini at halftime on Whakata Māori at the First 11 Championships.
Ladies and gentlemen,
this isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to go now. Going once, going twice, no more offers. Scored!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
I just want to thank New Zealand Carbon Farming for taking the initiative and supporting schools like ours.
It's really important they have that outlet to come to kura for another reason other than curriculum, and for some reason in our water our kids just breathe sport, and having that resource here makes life that much more enjoyable and they can keep doing what they're good at.
Having this funding, being able to use it specifically targeting sport is hugely beneficial.
It's a big thank you to Apollo Projects for providing the funding to have Apollo run this program. Not only for us, but all the other schools. It makes a big difference to get some kids more active. The funding from Apollo has been spread across 14 team trips this year. It's been a big help to them, and they're really appreciative of Apollo for being able to provide it for us.
From us, it's a huge thank you to New Zealand Carbon Farming. The opportunities and the sponsorship that's been provided is pretty crucial for our school.
We're buying new volleyball gear, so volleyball nets, balls, and the stands to attach the volleyball nets to the floor. Volleyball is a very popular sport. Kids find it to be fun.
We'd just like to thank you from Tauranga High School. See.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Catch the next-gen sports superstars.
He's very, very strong.
All power, all action, all drama. Stream it live, ad-free from our secondary school's winter tournament. Subscribe now to Māori Active.
Hi everybody, welcome back on Whakata Māori to our coverage of these quarterfinals. And at the moment, Sacred Heart of Auckland lead Rosmeni 1-0. It was an absorbing first half. There were long periods during which not a lot seemed to be happening. Teams were controlling the ball but not doing anything really, making an effort to promote the ball as such. But then there was frenetic action. And just for those who don't remember or weren't present, James Marshall, strong shot on behalf of Rosmini College to end the first half. They would have drawn level. Certainly was a strong strike. Referee Sean Liu is now in position. We're ready to roll. So second half of the second quarter final here today. Dalziel, behalf of Sacred Heart. There's Harrison Lloyd, behalf of Sacred Heart. Free here is Lockie O'Grady. O'Grady, a lot more urgency, a lot more communication early on in this second half from Sacred Heart College. Maybe that is one of the things that they've been asked to up. Lucas Duncan at the back for them. Nice play. That's James Mitchell. And this is what we spent a lot of time in the first half watching. Teams hold the ball. Play from the back, which can at times be dangerous. Dylan Sankaya, however, and this Rosmini College team is still very much in the game. Conceded 1 goal. Came close to levelling. Rosmini making a run. William Lundy took a couple of shots in the first half. Obviously neither paid dividends. Sometimes you have to keep the pressure on. Apply pressure, keep the pressure on. Rosmini, are they now in position and are they ready to score the first goal of the second half? Ball still in the box. Now outside. Now back in, looking for the big header a moment ago was Matteo Roa. Rosmini again. Red, white, all upfield. Well covered by Lucas Duncan. Duncan sort of seemed to slip a little as he was making the kick. Dalziel down the left. Dalziel, excellent defence there from Rosmini. Just a shame that they couldn't control the ball from there. Dalziel is a powerhouse. Managed to get the ball off Dalziel. Over now to Duncan, who's come out of the box. Play here by Sacred Heart. That's a lovely ball. Lovely ball over to Will Pepper. And Oscar Delgado. Dalziel wants it. He's coming hard. Rosmini on the run. Rosmini, that's a Lockie O'Grady. Lockie O'Grady. Lockie the cross. Oh, I apologise there. Apologies there, but Rosmini have the corner. Rosmini the corner. Apologies there. Rosmini trailing by 1. That was Lundy again. Boot to ball. Excellent, tough football. Brendan Ackfield. Admire the effort there. Feisty. Every now and then a name escapes us, ladies and gentlemen. We apologise here on Whakata Māori. We've seen some wonderful games today and so many players, so many shirts, so many teams. We're lucky. We're lucky to be here. 1-0 at the moment. Rosmini. There's the save from Duncan. One goal game at the moment. 1 goal game. Duncan. Sacred Heart down the sideline. Here is Dalziel. Dalziel offside. The careworn Dalziel. 1-0. Sean Liu having a word there to the Rosmini captain, Dylan Sahankaya. Dylan's been a good lad. He has a query that's been asked and answered. That's fine. Life goes on. Referee Lou dealing with that okay, and the player fell badly. Just wondering whether or not what referee Lou's going to do about that. That's a yellow card. Back comes referee Lou to check on the health of the player. This is Lucas Duncan, Sacred Heart goalkeeper, over halfway. One 0. 43rd minute, 35-minute halves. Duncan. Sacred Heart with now some adventure. That's Mitchell. Out to save it is O'Grady. O'Grady out of the corner. O'Grady trying to come out of the corner. O'Grady hitting Lundy. Ball bounces off Lundy. And out of play. O'Grady got the ball in. Is this Dalziel being battered around? Which way is this going to go? Okay, Rosmini. Rosmini's McEwen. Quick to get the ball to his people. And now Sacred Heart with some determination. Real determination. Oscar Hoare Delgado, 19. Once more O'Grady. O'Grady, get the ball up. Rosmini going to pick that off. Rosmini, can they now control? Control has been sorely lacking at times in this game, though both teams have also from time to time looked to slow the game down. That was strong stuff. The type of tackle that can occasionally go wrong, but it didn't there. It was a good tackle. There's nothing wrong with it. Sacred Heart College. Ball now with Rosmini. One of these teams just needs to establish a little bit of control. Dalziel bumped off, encountered Gillum. Gillum, Dalziel, falling, flailing. Players are flying. And here with Ashton Kneebone. Kneebone, this is Pepper. Pepper might have hit Kneebone in the back of the head. That's Lundy. Lundy, this is a very scrappy period. First half there seemed to be method, and now it's been abandoned for madness. At the moment, 1-0. Exciting play. Heard big whistle there from our referee Lou. Unsure as to why. 46th minute of play. Expect at least 70 all up. One 0. Katamari. Coverage of this and many other sports, many other events. Rosmini and Sacred Heart battling here in the second quarter final today. All thrown in by our Sacred Heart. They retain the throw. Lundy is in 6. Next to him, Gillum is 8. 2 fierce defenders. Harrison Lloyd is the 8 for Sacred Heart College. Looks like the captain, Sahankaya. This is incredible, Sacred Heart College. That's what you talk about when you talk about building it up from the back. Offside the ruling here. Rosmini, 1 or 2. Bumps, verging on pushes. Still, there's a difference between a bump and a push. There's a distinction. Sankaya of Rosmini, 1-0, 48th minute. Sacred Heart up 1-0. These teams' last game today, obviously quarter-final, big action. Huge. Well gathered by Lucas Duncan. He has been well attended. People have defended fiercely. Trying to get something going now. Something going on attack. Sacred Heart College now asking the question. "49th minute. One would think that the young man merited being at least looked at. Lou coming over to look at the player. Trainers, etc., about to come out and check on his welfare too. Well, look at Sayankaya making it clear to his people that you're here and the referee is in control of this situation. Sayankaya is as concerned for the fallen or stricken player as anyone, but the referee and these other officials have to be allowed to get on with the job that they're here to do. The captain wants to make sure that his players are focused on what they need to do. Ashton Kneebone. What you call tough love, just to make sure your people stay focused. 1-0. Man on a mission, Dylan Sankaya. That is to play good football, enjoy himself, have his teammates in the opposition, you know, grow in this game of football, but also, hey, we've got our own house to keep in order. Man is at a battle. Okay, Rosmini want to throw the ball in before anybody else has a chance to have a say in the matter. Rosmini, look at the desperation. The player's gone down. Number 11, Carlos Stulic. I hope he's okay. Carlos okay? An agonized expression on his face. Luka Kropovic. We're in the 51st minute. Stulic went down. And really looked to be in a great deal of pain. Referee Lou has now checked on the player. Made a prudent judgment. Lundy. Okay, that Theodore Panther wears 18. That was a James Watman. Head to the ball. They want to get rid of this. I'm not sure what happened there. I did see Ollie Hawkey go down. Saw a player run by him. Very quick to get the ball rolling again there, Sacred Heart. Ball thrown in quickly. Skills are very good from these teams. Their ball skills. Rosmini with a high throw-in. That was quite amazing. Rosmini, ooh. 1-0. Confidence, like energy, can wane, it can diminish, and blossom can grow back, and sometimes just have to stay in the fight. You're Rosmini. You're down 1-0, not down 2-0. You have to believe that you can still do it, because you can. Well, this is some real bump there. Caleb Moosebally has taken a couple of bumps today. He's also taken a couple of shots on goal today. Okay, Sacred Heart, this is Dalziel. This is one of those moments in the game. Ball with Sacred Heart. Is that Pepper? Will Pepper? Will Pepper? Got it away. Harrison Lloyd. Over there in 8. Sacred Heart do not want to allow Rosmini back into the game with a goal they need not have conceded. Refereeing's been good in this game too, the officiating. Rosmini. There is physical presence in this game. '55th minute, 1-0. A quarter of an hour to play, unless Rosmini can draw level. This quarter-final, biggest game to be played out here so far at this tournament. Guys grabbing each other, loose ball situation. For a moment was with Jack Gillum. Now Rosmini once again having to try and create some sort of attack. Lockie O'Grady. Okay, Sacred Heart College. Got to stay strong. It was Lundy a moment ago. Also Marshall played strongly in the first half. Came for, wow, look at that, came forward there. Came forward there, Lucas Duncan. Defused the bomb. Guys are still interested. Now only 14 minutes left to play. Sacred Heart, Dalziel. Ruling made that the ball was out. Jan Hendrick over there. Some excellent refereeing today, some excellent officiating. Here at English Park. Heard no complaints about this tournament. It's been excellent stuff. Everybody's remarked on it. Parents have come up and said, hey, this is great. The play's great. The camera work's great. Sponsors are wonderful. Whakata Māori, enjoying our youth sport. The future. They're our future. Look at that. Look at that from James Marshall. Look at Pepper tying his shoelace. Moment 1-0. Whakata Māori, it's a nice thought. Get to see the semis. Big game, the final. Be part of that. If you witnessed it, you were part of it. You were it. Paul with Mitchell. Teams turning the ball over. Believe that's a key. Sacred Heart College lead 1-0. One mistake could also cost Sacred Heart College. Concede a goal here. Look at the hands. People, hands on Dalziel. Jack Gillum had a word there, Lou. He does not want players putting hands on the opposition. Dylan Sankaya, a word to his man, and once again, Dalziel becoming a little fractious out there. It's the nature of a competitive sport. Also, the importance of maintaining clear lines of communication. We've got to run through referee Lou. And so far, needs to continue to do so. It's a chase for the ball that'll beat everyone in rolling out. How do you keep 22 players on the field happy at all times? Well, for referee Lou, who I think is a marvellous servant of the game, and his linesman, answer is you can't. You can keep some of them happy all of the time, all of them happy some of the time, but you can't keep all of them happy all of the time. Lucas Duncan, 1-0 still the score here in the 60th minute. 1 hour mark, 10 minutes to play. Bodies are starting to fly. And man, is it ferocious out there. See that tackle attempt from James Marshall. It's coming for James Mitchell. That tackle attempt from Marshall on Mitchell was a very fair attempt, but goodness, wasn't Dandelions. 1-0, 1 hour mark. Sometimes a sense of humour comes in handy, remembering that this is not life and death. First 11 quarter-final though it is, keep it in perspective. Make sure that people who went onto the field in one piece leave the same way. Rosmini now, a desperate Rosmini. Something to think about. Okay, guys are going to look for decisions their way. Lockie O'Grady. Lockie gives chase. Well, look at the physicality there. Sam McKee not about to let Sacred Heart get anywhere near it. Now, to anyone who is looking at this and just wondering you know, if something's happened out there, nothing's happened out there. You've just got two wonderful teams, which are very well coached, which are well led by Dylan, well led by Ashton. They're just desperate at this stage to get the ball and to score. It's as simple as that. Nothing's amiss. Just these guys are playing with a lot of passion, a lot of fire, and that's good. You know, for family members, it may be nerve-wracking, but just got to have faith, and you know, that faith well justified in these officials, because these guys are enjoying themselves. James Marshall, they're not small chaps anymore. Dalziel, I think he's been very patient, Dalziel, taken one or two bumps. Important that all the teams enjoy themselves, all the players do. Caleb Moosbally. Caleb, look at Caleb there, one-armed man. His movement seemed restricted. At the moment, 1-0. As I said, we're very positive here. We enjoy what we do. Want you to enjoy it too, and to know that these players are in good hands, the best. The officials that we have here, they're good, and not only are they good at what they do, they're good guys. One of the things we like to do with Whakata Māori's coverage of college sport is to humanise the officials. They smile, they cry, they laugh, they nod, they have good days and bad days, and for the last 3 days they've been very good. They've been very good. But they're only human, no matter what disgruntled players may think. Look at this, Rosmini, coming back maybe one last time. Rosmini, if they're going to make a move, it's got to be now. Well, went down hard there. Went down hard, Theodore Panther. Here's Dalziel, he's scrapping with Rosmini. Rosmini not going to give up. Not going to go down without a fight. Panther hit the ground earlier, 1-0. Don't forget what I'm telling you. The score at the moment is 1-0. Rosmini College, a goal they draw level. And I bet you, well, I'm not going to bet you any amount of money, but if that does happen, okay, that was Ethan Kelly. Ethan Kelly out there loving it, having a chance to get on. Get into the fire. Look at this, Rosmini. Some more confidence, some more urgency, some more skill. You need your skill level to lift. We need a lift. It's the way you need to think if you're Rosmini. They just pinched the ball from Dalziel. That had its comical aspect. And here we go now, Rosmini. Now or never, Rosmini. Oh, look at that. Carlos Stulic. How much courage has he shown today? An immense reservoir. Lundy got it away. They descend from everywhere. Sacred Heart College. Okay, Rosmini, though they may not know it, More strong shots. They have it in them. Maybe one last shot here, Rosmini. Oh. We have seen some moments today. Stulich with a magnificent opportunity late in the game. Dalziel, to be honest with you, I think that Dalziel has been one of the most patient guys on the field of play today. Was that a handball? Not ruled that way by referee Lou. Ball is now out of play. Dalziel has been bumped around a fair bit, and not once has he complained. He has just played very good football. Look at that. What's this going to be here for Dalziel? And now he's got a yellow card from referee Lou. Interesting times. 1-0. Sacred Heart up 1-0. 68th minute, a couple of minutes to play. This tournament, you know, life will go on after this quarter-final, but certainly Rosmini and co, or Rosmini will do what they can. Look at Sacred Heart trying to close the game out, make life very difficult for Rosmini. They pick the ball up, and players are coming together at the moment, and referee Lou, with exceptional control, is managing to separate the players. And I think that referee Lou and his linesmen are doing an extremely good job. Let's have a look at this from this perspective. They reacted immediately. They got between the players. They prevented the situation from becoming heated. Okay. Dylan Sankaya, the captain of Rosmini College, is over there with respect, making his case. Ashton Kneebone, on behalf of Sacred Heart College, is making his case. Over here appears to be coming Jack McEwen, just an interested party. But I thought that the referees got in there pretty quickly. Certainly, the referee has a lot to handle, and the coaches are interested. They are taking stock of what's happened. Ashton and company have had excellent relations with referee Lou. Yellow card has been issued, shown to Harrison Lloyd. And I couldn't see whether or not that appears to be a red card. So we've had a player dismissed by referee Lou, and you do wonder whether now might not be an opportune moment to wrap this game up. This has been a good, tough contest. The teams have shown respect for each other throughout, but at the end of this game, this quarterfinal, obviously, these guys are trying as hard as they can. As I said, we believe here in humanising players. They're not robots, they're not machines. They have to have good values. The adults looking after them, charged with that responsibility, have done so. They've met their responsibilities graciously. And here on Whakata Māori can only applaud their efforts. Corner taken quickly. Rosmini to equalise. Rosmini, ball in. How many chances are they going to have? How many chances remain until the last is spent? Rosmini now with a chance. That was Theodore Panther, and that's the end. Theodore Panther in a similar situation earlier in the second half, took a shot at goal. Dalziel, left of your screen, he picked up a yellow card. But what people want to remember about this quarterfinal, not the 1 or 2 moments of frenetic activity at the end, but the 79.5 minutes of very good competitive football. And right at the end, people just tried to, not their emotions got the better of them, that's not the right way to put it. They just tried so hard. And sometimes, just sometimes when you're a young sportsman, you can lose sight of what's really important, which is that you, your team, your school, your club, whatever, have given it everything you've got. When you can sit there later on, your chest is heaving. Sometimes there are a few tears to say, what more could we have done? What did I do? Everything. And that's enough. Our sponsors, Caltex, Bailey's, Lotto, Apollo Projects, New Zealand Farming, Carbon Farming, New Zealand Carbon Farming. It's been brilliant here at English Park today. And these guys, they are brilliant for these teams, for these schools, for what they do, for what they enable to happen, what they allow to happen. And that is for these people to live out their dreams, a very special period, special time in their lives, playing first 11 football, to wear a shirt with a crest and be linked to, in many cases, 100+ years of striving and achievement. I'm very impressed by it. So in conclusion, nō reira, kua oti, wā mātou, mahi tēnei rā, tēnā koutou, ngā kaima takitaki, i te tātou, tu hono mai, noho, oro mai. Here on Whakata Māori, only the best action stuff.
This is an opportunity that we can't pass up.
Being a rural school, travel is always a huge cost when playing sport at Central Hawke's Bay College. With the funding from Apollo projects, we've been able to lower travel costs to allow more students to participate in secondary school competitions. Where families have more than one child participating in sport and participating in more than one sport, the financial impact can be huge. Thank you to Apollo projects for the huge difference you have made to our students' participation levels in sport.
Ladies and gentlemen,
this isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to go now. We're going once, going twice, no more offers. Scored!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
I just want to thank New Zealand Carbon Farming for taking the initiative and supporting schools like ours.
It's really important they have that outlet to come to kura for another reason other than curriculum, and for some reason in our water our kids just breathe sport, and having that resource here makes life that much more enjoyable and they can keep doing what they're good at.
Having this funding, being able to use it specifically targeting sport is hugely beneficial.
No time to fluff around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay an App to speed on through. Ooh yeah, feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
It's a big thank you to Apollo Projects for providing the funding to have Apollo run this program. Not only for us, but all the other schools. It makes a big difference to get some kids more active. The funding from Apollo has been spread across 14 team trips this year. It's been a big help to them, and they're really appreciative of Apollo for being able to provide it for us.
From us, it's a huge thank you to New Zealand Carbon Farming. The opportunities and the sponsorship that's been provided is pretty crucial for our school.
We're buying new volleyball gear, so volleyball nets, balls and the stands to attach the volleyball nets to the floor. Volleyball is a very popular sport. Kids find it to be fun.
We'd just like to thank you from Tauranga New High School. See.
I'd like to say a huge thank you to Apollo for all their support with our sports gear and our surfboards.
So the Apollo Project's sponsorship has been used to help our sports teams with new uniforms, with getting away to different tournaments. The pride on their faces when they see the new uniforms is just amazing. It's really lifted everybody's spirit.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
So sponsorship from New Zealand Carbon Farming has been fantastic for our sports teams actually who went away to Tournament Week. We're a community who's driven by sport, but often money and the cost of travel, accommodation and uniform can be a barrier for some of our students. And to come out with a new uniform for a number of sports, particularly our basketball teams who have been away at Nationals, has been uplifting for the students and for our community. The support from Carbon Farming has been wonderful.
Without them, then we wouldn't look like this.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Catch the next-gen sports superstars.
He's very, very strong.
All power, all action, all drama. Stream it live, ad-free from our secondary school's winter tournament. Subscribe now to Māori Active.